Chapter 633. Master, chaotic force can destroy all the laws of the world. However, with the current strength of your chaotic force, it clearly hasn't reached that level. It's completely useless against the laws of space controlled by saint rulers. Unless your chaotic force increases by a few more levels or you forge the azulite swords, you won't be able to deal with the laws of space used by saint rulers, Ziying said after some thought. Jianshan frowned slightly. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm completely helpless against the spatial force used by saint rulers? Not necessarily. Master, have you forgotten about the movement skill called the illusory flash? It contains the laws of space. As long as you comprehend the battle skill to a certain level, you'll naturally be able to touch upon the domain of the laws of space. Once you comprehend the laws of space, you'll be able to easily deal with the spatial force used by saint rulers and escape, Qing Sua said. If that's the case, does that mean I can break through to saint ruler? Jianshan's heart beat wildly. Although he already possessed the battle prowess of a saint ruler, he was still not one. He still could not use the various abilities that saint rulers possessed. This time, Ziying and Qing Sua hesitated. In the end, Qing Sua said, Master, according to my observations of the saint rulers, their comprehension of the laws of space is much more comprehensive. It's not like the illusory flash that only focuses on speed. Aside from the laws of space, they seem to be able to use the force of the world to a certain degree, because the barrier cast down by the saint rulers is formed from the force of the world. Qing Sua is correct. Master, according to our understanding of the illusory flash, there's nothing else it can do other than increase your speed and comprehend the laws of space. However, before you reach saint ruler, the illusory flash is the only battle skill you can use against saint rulers, Ziying said. Jianshan fell silent after hearing that. He murmured, Looks like I need to focus on comprehending the illusory flash in the future. After a while of thought, Jianshan continued to ask, Ziying, Qing Sua, my chaotic body has already reached minor accomplishment. Just how far away am I from major accomplishment? If I reach major accomplishment, how do I compare to the legendary Holy Emperor of the Tian Yuan continent? As soon as Jianshan finished speaking, Ziying and Qing Sua both laughed. Master, you're underestimating the chaotic body far too much. Minor accomplishment is only the beginning. There's still a very long way to go. However, there's one thing that cannot be doubted. The Holy Emperor of this continent cannot compare to the chaotic body at major accomplishment. Master, the chaotic body has never been divided into specific levels because there have been far too few people who have succeeded in cultivating the chaotic body in the past countless years. They can be counted on one hand in the entire world, and there has never been anyone who has reached major achievement in the chaotic body. However, in order to give Master a clearer understanding of the chaotic body, we'll temporarily divide it into 18 layers. Master, you've only reached the first layer, said Ziying. Jianshan was secretly surprised when he heard that. The first layer of the chaotic body was enough for him to rival saint rulers. Just how terrifying would his strength be when he reached the highest layer? Jianshan was filled with anticipation. Afterwards, Ziying and Qing Sua explained many things related to chaotic force to Jianshan, allowing Jianshan to gain an even clearer understanding of chaotic force. He was no longer as vague as before, where he knew nothing other than how powerful chaotic force was. In the following days, Jianshan remained in Longevity Valley. During the day, he would practice the illusory flash in the forest, and at night, he would stay in the wooden hut to comprehend the mysteries of the illusory flash. He hoped that he could make a new breakthrough in his comprehension of the illusory flash sooner, so that he could deal with saint rulers. The white tiger did not rest during that time either. It consumed the heavenly resources Jianshan had obtained from the Grand Elder of Mercenary City to increase its strength. It slept on its wooden bed all day, waking up to eat and sleeping again. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan had already spent a month in Longevity Valley. He had made quite a bit of progress in studying the illusory flash during that month. His comprehension of the technique had deepened. Although it was still unable to rival the spatial force that Saint Rulers could control, it was without a doubt much more powerful than a month ago. In the past month, the White Tiger had successfully broken through to Class 4 with the help of a large number of heavenly treasures, reaching the realm of Class 5 magical beasts. The increase in strength did not cause the little White Tiger's appearance to change too much. It could freely control its own size, and its body was still as petite as before. It looked like a kitten, obedient and cute, and its pair of innocent little eyes became even brighter, sparkling as if they could speak. Moreover, the wings on the White Tiger's back had become even more plump. They were covered in soft, snow-white feathers. They felt warm to the touch and were extremely comfortable. In a lush forest behind Longevity Valley, a white figure constantly flickered through the air at an unbelievable speed. He moved so quickly that his entire body had become an illusionary blur. It was impossible to see his true form. It was as if he had become one with the space around him. Even though he was moving at such a fast speed, he did not even cause the slightest sound of the wind. Everything was carried out silently like a ghost. At this moment, the constantly moving figure suddenly stopped. Only then did it become clear who he was. He was a young man in rough clothes, only in his 20s. He was Jianchen. Jianchen frowned slightly. With a flip of his hand, a piece of white jade that had snapped in half silently appeared in his hand. It lay there silently. Jianchen became stern at that moment as he stared blankly at the piece of white jade in his hand. He clenched his hand and crushed the white jade into powder effortlessly, scattering it into the air. Afterwards, he flung his hand and vanished into the forest with a flash. It was impossible to see where he had gone. Jianchen returned to Longevity Valley and directly entered his room to pick up the sleeping White Tiger. He then turned around and left the wooden hut, heading towards Uncle Xiaomi, who was working in the field. However, before he had even taken a few steps, his face changed. He suddenly looked towards the entrance of the valley and saw a white speck flying over. Even though it was very far away, Jianchen was still able to see it clearly with his eyesight. It was clearly an old man in rough clothes flying over with a young man. "Hi, Jianchen, I've returned. I never thought you'd be in Longevity Valley as well. This is just too great." A vigorous voice rang out from the sky. The voice was filled with excitement and spread through the entire valley, allowing all the villagers to hear it clearly. "It's Little Fatty's voice. Little Fatty has returned." The young men who were working in the fields immediately threw down their hoes and rushed towards the village. "That's Little Fatty's voice. The village chief must have returned as well." In the fields, a few middle-aged couples also stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the sky. They watched as the two figures slowly flew into the valley and passed over their heads. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable envy and respect. The figures in the sky slowly landed in front of Jianchen. The old man was Uncle Xiao. Beside him was a resolute young man filled with killing intent. At the same time, Jianchen could faintly sense a faint smell of blood from him. This was definitely a cold-blooded young man who had gone through the path of slaughter. He had undergone the baptism of blood and the test of life and death. Chapter 634. "Why, you really are Little Fatty." Jianchen stared at the resolute, burly young man in a daze. He struggled to believe his eyes. "Why, you're Little Fatty?" Xiaomi had just returned from the fields with his legs bare, and a hoe on his shoulder. When he saw Little Fatty's appearance, his face was filled with shock. Was this really the son that he had in mind? The current Little Fatty was just too different from the previous Little Fatty. This was not only a change in his aura, but also in his appearance and figure. The current Little Fatty did not have a single bit of fat on his body. Instead, he had slimmed down and lost some of his simple and honest look, becoming more capable. "Father, why did you make Little Fatty like this?" Xiaomi bitterly smiled at his father. Little fatty, why have you become so skinny? You must have suffered a lot in the past few days. Little fatty's mother also walked out of the wooden hut. Her face was filled with undisguised pain. Wah! Little fatty, why have you become like this? I almost couldn't recognize you. Are you really little fatty? Why do I feel like I've become a stranger? The other young men around little fatty's age all sighed in amazement. Disbelief filled their faces. Little fatty scratched his head in embarrassment when he saw the shocked expressions of the people around him. He chuckled, I don't know what happened either. It's only been a few months, but I've become like this. But don't worry, I'm still the same little fatty from before. Little fatty looked at Jianchen and apologetically said, Jianchen, I'm really sorry. I was taken out by my grandfather to train a year ago, which was why I was delayed by a year. I've made you wait for so long. Jianchen chuckled, it's fine. I've only just arrived. Little fatty, congratulations on breaking through to Earth Saint Master. You can be regarded as an expert on the Tian Yuan continent now. Little fatty chuckled and said, Jianchen, I'm already an Earth Saint Master now, and my grandfather has allowed me to leave here and explore the outside world with you. May I ask when we can set off? Little fatty seemed to be impatient. Jianchen fell silent when he heard that. He said, as soon as possible. Something has probably happened to my family, so I need to hurry back. Jianchen, why don't you leave tomorrow? Little fatty has suffered quite a lot with his grandfather, so let him rest for a day, little fatty's mother said. She was reluctant to part fatty. Yeah, I'll listen to you. Jianchen nodded. Little fatty's sudden return forced Jianchen, who was about to leave, to stay for another day. The next morning, over 100 villagers gathered together to send off Jianchen and Little Fatty. Jianchen and Little Fatty bid farewell to the villagers one by one before leaving Longevity Valley. After the two of them left, the villagers gathered at the entrance of Longevity Valley did not disperse for a long time. They stared in the direction the two of them had left in a daze. Many of them were filled with undisguised envy and yearning. Sigh. Uncle Xiao raised his head and sighed. He said, originally, I didn't want Little Fatty to be embroiled in the disputes of the outside world, so I wanted him to live a peaceful life here. I never thought that with Jianchen's appearance, he would still end up walking down this path. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Father, I'm actually very much in favor of Little Fatty venturing out into the outside world. That's because only then can Little Fatty's mind truly mature. Moreover, Little Fatty's talent is not bad. If he lives a peaceful life like this, it'll just be a waste of his talent. Only by going through the trials of blood and fire, the tempering between life and death, can Little Fatty's potential be unleashed, creating a firm foundation for him to reach higher cultivation realms in the future. Perhaps Little Fatty will have the ability to succeed you in the future, said Xiaomi. Uncle Xiao fell silent for a while before gently shaking his head. He said, No, I won't give this burden to Little Fatty. It's just a heavy burden to him. Although Little Fatty's talent is not bad, he's not suited to be a qualified leader. Why? Father, this isn't a weak force. Xiaomi asked in confusion. Uncle Xiao gently sighed as a sliver of sorrow appeared in his eyes. He said, Your mother died because of the Blood Sword sect. Before she died, she told me to stop participating in the conflicts of the Tian Yuan continent and to find a peaceful place to live out my days in seclusion like those hermit clans. I want to enjoy the rest of my life peacefully. No matter how great your cultivation is or how great your talent is, you can't avoid being reduced to a skeleton in the end. All that remains is an empty name. In fact, what your mother said is also right. Living a normal life is also a good thing. You don't have to exhaust your body and mind for the sake of the mortal world. You can live a carefree life every day. Uncle Xiao sighed and said, Father, how do you plan on dealing with the matter of the Bloodsword sect? Xiaomi asked. Uncle Xiao fell silent for a while before replying, I think Jianchen is a pretty good choice. He's extremely outstanding in every aspect, and his potential in particular has even amazed me. He's reached Heaven's Saint Master at such a young age. His future accomplishments will definitely not be any less than mine. Jianchen flew with little Fatty in the air above the mountain range. He flew out of the Cross Mountains extremely quickly. The white tiger that had roused from its slumber lay on Jianchen's shoulder quietly. Its beady eyes shone brightly as it constantly glanced below. Woo-woo! Suddenly, the white tiger produced a happy cry. With a flap of its wings, it immediately flew off from Jianchen's shoulder and disappeared into the lush forest below. Soon, it returned with a fist-sized fruit in its mouth. It landed on Jianchen's shoulder and immediately ate it in large bites. Jianchen stared at the white tiger in some surprise. He smiled. And I had thought that the little thing's wings were just for decoration. I never thought that it could actually fly. I've finally witnessed it today. Little Fatty also looked at the white tiger. He said, Jianchen, I can sense that the white tiger is very powerful. Has it already become a Class 5 magical beast? That's right. Little White just broke through to the Class 5 magical beast level a few days ago. Little Fatty, I remember that you have never come into contact with a Class 5 magical beast before. How did you sense Little White's strength? Jianchen asked curiously. Little Fatty chuckled and said, Some time ago, I was brought to an unknown place by my grandfather. I fought with all kinds of magical beasts all day long. Therefore, I am very familiar with the aura of Class 5 magical beasts. Naturally, I can sense it. At this moment, Jianchen's face suddenly changed. His body that was flying in the air slowly came to a stop. His expression also became uncertain, because all of a sudden, the blood in Jianchen's body began to boil like boiling water. It flowed in his body at a speed 10 times faster than normal. The intense heat it emitted caused Jianchen's body temperature to rapidly rise. Jianchen, what's wrong? Little Fatty asked in confusion as he stared at Jianchen's constantly changing expression. Jianchen remained silent. He did not know why his body had suddenly become like this. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Is there a problem with the chaotic body? Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. When he thought of this possibility, he did not dare to tarry. He immediately called out to the sword spirits in his head to ask about the situation. Master, your blood contains the anti-venom of the golden-striped silver snake. This reaction is caused by the anti-venom in your blood. Golden-striped silver snakes are an extremely rare species, so they'll definitely react when they're separated by a certain distance. I think there's definitely another golden-striped silver snake nearby, and it's not weak either. It's extremely likely to be a Class 7 magical beast, said Ziying. Hearing this, Jianchen's face changed. Without another word, he immediately left with Little Fatty. The silver-striped golden snake was an extremely rare variant. It was extremely powerful, much more powerful than ordinary magical beasts. It was very difficult to deal with. Now that he had Little Fatty with him, it was not suitable for him to clash with the silver-striped golden snake. Jianchen quickly flew out of the Cross Mountains and did not slow down at all as he flew towards Mercenary City. After 2 days of non-stop travel, he finally arrived at Mercenary City. As soon as he entered the city, Jianchen found Wang Yifeng and the Jetta family's ancestor, Jetta Tai, waiting for him at the inn. Jianchen and Wang Yifeng exchanged a few pleasantries before gradually introducing each other to each other. However, Jianchen did not reveal Jetta Tai's identity and only gave a vague introduction. After everyone had gotten to know each other, Wang Yifeng and Little Fatty got to know each other very quickly. They laughed and chatted non-stop with Little Fatty in a very friendly manner. Jianchen called Jetta Tai into his room and fed the white tiger a large amount of heavenly resources to make it fall asleep. Only then did he say to Jetta Tai, "Come with me to the Cross Mountains immediately." What, to the Cross Mountains? Jetta Tai was shocked and his eyes were filled with deep fear. He immediately rejected the idea. No, that is a forbidden area for all the powerhouses of the Tian Yuan continent. You cannot go there unless you have the strength of the Holy Emperor. Jianshan knew what Jetta Tai was afraid of and said, "Don't worry, we are not going to the depths of the Cross Mountains. We are only going to the outskirts. I know a little about the Cross Mountains and I will not die for nothing." Hearing that they were not going to the depths of the Cross Mountains, Jetta Tai let out a sigh of relief and said, "As long as we are not going to the depths, nothing will happen in the outskirts. But what are you going to do there? Time is of the essence. Come with me now and you will know what I am going to do when we get there." Jianshan gently placed the sleeping white tiger on the bed and turned to leave the room. Jetta Tai followed closely behind Jianshan. After that, Jianshan gave Wang Yifeng and Little Fatty a few more orders before leaving Mercenary City and heading towards the Cross Mountains with the Jetta family's ancestor. Chapter 635. 2 days later, in the sky above the endless Cross Mountain range, two figures streaked across the sky like streaks of light before finally coming to a stop above a mountain peak. It should be around here. Jianshan's luxurious robes fluttered violently in the wind as he scanned the area below him with a serious expression. The ancestor of the Jetta family, Jetta Tai, had white hair and a youthful complexion. He wore a white robe as he hovered beside Jianshan. His eyes shone brightly as he scanned the area and asked, "Jianshan, what are you doing here? Are you here to hunt a powerful magical beast? There should be a powerful golden-striped silver snake nearby. I want to see if I can tame it," Jianshan whispered. Jetta Tai's expression changed at the mention of the golden-striped silver snake. He exclaimed, "The golden-striped silver snake is a member of the royal family of snakes and is extremely rare on the Tian Yuan continent. It is an ancient beast with an extremely powerful battle prowess. Its venom is especially potent, ranking in the top 3 of all the poisons on the Tian Yuan continent. It is not easy to deal with and taming it will not be easy. Unless you do it while it is still young, once it matures and possesses a certain level of intelligence, it will be impossible to tame it." Jianshan found Jetta Tai's words to be very reasonable. He pondered for a moment before nodding. "The golden-striped silver snake is just too rare on the Tian Yuan continent. Regardless of whether I can tame it or not, I must go and take a look. Jetta Tai, you stay here and watch over it. I will go and find its nest. If I need your help, I will call for you. Don't be reckless. The venom released by the silver-striped golden snake is very strong. There is no antidote in the world that can cure it. Although you have a strong physique, you still haven't mastered the power of space. If you encounter a silver-striped golden snake that has the strength of a Class 6 magical beast, you won't be able to deal with its venom. If you are poisoned, it will be troublesome," Jetta Tai said with a serious face. Although he was still a little dissatisfied with being Jianshan's lackey, he was also a person with foresight. He knew that Jianshan's talent was terrifying and if he followed him, he might be able to gain unexpected benefits in the future. Even if he couldn't break through to the Holy Emperor realm like Jianshan had said, he would at least be able to gain a powerful backer for the Jetta family. "Don't worry, I have my own ways to deal with his poison," Jianshan said without a care. Ignoring the fact that he had already cultivated the body of 10,000 poisons, just the primal chaos body gave him a very strong resistance to poison. After that, Jianshan had Jetta Tai stay where he was while he went to look for the silver-striped golden snake's lair alone. Jianshan used the boiling blood in his body as a response while using the senses of his soul to search a radius of several dozen kilometers. Finally, he locked onto a tall mountain peak 20 kilometers away. The senses of his soul enveloped the entire mountain peak. As expected, he found a cave in an extremely well-hidden location halfway up the mountain. His senses passed through the cave, but he did not discover the existence of the golden-striped silver snake. As expected, it is a silver-striped golden snake that has reached the 7th rank. Jianshan murmured to himself. He immediately descended from the sky and landed in front of the hidden cave. He smashed a stone slab blocking the entrance to the cave with a single punch before walking in with large strides. The cave was very deep, twisting and turning all the way down into the ground. It was pitch black, but the darkness didn't affect Jianchen at all. It was as bright as day in his eyes. Jianchen walked down the cave for several hundred meters before finally arriving in a huge cave 1,000 meters in diameter. The walls of the cave were covered with fist-sized luminous pearls that emitted a gentle white light, illuminating the entire cave. In the center of the cave there was a 2-meter-tall stone platform. A 2-meter-long golden snake with the thickness of a finger was coiled on top of the platform. 2 lines of gold and silver intersected on its back. The snake's thumb-sized head was raised high, and its small eyes stared at Jianchen, the uninvited guest. Jianchen smiled as he stared at the golden snake. Although the small snake looked unremarkable, he didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Jianchen. Today I have rashly come to visit. If I have been disrespectful, please forgive me. Human, you have some guts. You actually dare to intrude into my cave. You really don't know the difference between life and death." The golden snake's mouth slightly opened and closed as it spoke. Its voice was like muffled thunder that echoed throughout the cave. From that sharp voice, it was impossible to distinguish whether it was a man or a woman. Jianchen didn't care about the silver-striped golden snake's threat at all. He continued to smile and said, "Sir, I have specially come to visit today because I have something to offer. This item should be of great help to you." Hearing this, the silver-striped golden snake's small eyes flickered as it said, "I can sense the scent of my kind on you. You once used the blood of my kind to refine a body that is impervious to poison." "That's right. I once encountered a young golden-striped silver snake in the magical beast mountain range. It took me a Herculean effort to kill it and obtain its body. I then used its blood essence to cultivate a body that was impervious to all poisons. I still have its body with me to this day, and it's in perfect condition." Jianchen immediately took out the corpse of the silver-striped golden snake that had been stored in his space ring for several years. Due to the lack of air and time within the space ring, the time inside was equivalent to a straight line. As a result, the corpse of the silver-striped golden snake that Jianchen had killed all those years ago still retained its original appearance, without the slightest change. As soon as it saw the corpse of its kind in Jianchen's hands, the silver-striped golden snake's eyes burned intensely. Soon after, with a flash of golden light, it pounced towards Jianchen with extreme speed. It opened its mouth and bit towards the corpse in Jianchen's hands. Jianchen faintly smiled and used the illusory flash. He casually took a step forward and instantly crossed a distance of over 10 meters to avoid the silver-striped gold snake's ambush. With a flip of his hand, he immediately stored the corpse of the silver-striped gold snake into his space ring. Hiss! The silver-striped golden snake spat out. It turned into a golden streak of light and shot towards Jianchen with even greater speed. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs, and directly bit towards Jianchen's neck. With a thought, Jianchen filled his body with chaotic force, pushing the defenses of the chaotic body to the limit. He then clenched his hand into a fist and punched towards the silver-striped golden snake. Bang! The fist and the silver-striped golden snake collided, producing a heavy sound. The entire cave shook. The silver-striped golden snake had never thought that Jianchen's punch would be so powerful. Caught off guard, its petite body was directly blown away. It heavily slammed into the wall behind it, creating a huge hole in it. After the clash, the silver-striped golden snake seemed to understand that Jianchen was not as easy to deal with as it had imagined him to be. It hovered in the air unscathed as it stared at Jianchen with its beady eyes. It said, "You're not weak, but you're still not my opponent. Give me the corpse of one of your kind, and I'll spare your life." Jianchen swung his slightly numb right arm. He was also surprised by the silver-striped golden snake's defenses. He said, "I've specially come today to offer you this, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Took me a lot of effort to obtain this, so I can't just give it to you for free." "Then what do you want from me?" the silver-striped golden snake asked. "I want you to follow me for 10 years. The item in my hand will naturally belong to you," said Jianchen. The silver-striped golden snake's eyes shone with an ominous light as a powerful killing intent radiated from its body. It laughed out of anger and said, "Human, you're far too naive. You want me, the great newbies, to follow you for 10 years? Even the Holy Emperor doesn't have the qualifications, let alone you." Jianchen chuckled and said, "I think you should know better than me just how important the corpses of your own kind are to you. The silver-striped golden snake is an ancient beast, so it has many strange aspects to it. The greatest difference between it and normal magical beasts is that it can evolve by consuming the corpses of its own kind. Not only will its strength increase by a large margin, its battle prowess will also increase by a large margin. It's just a pity that the silver-striped golden snake is just too rare on the Tianyuan continent. It's extremely difficult to even find one, so this has put an end to your greed of consuming your own kind to quickly increase your strength. The one in my hand right now is something that you can only come across by chance. Although it only has the strength of a Class 3 magical beast, it will still be of great help to you. I'm using it to exchange for 10 years of your time, so you don't seem to be losing out at all. Instead, you've profited greatly. Human, what you said is correct. Swallowing our own kind can indeed allow us to evolve. This is because within us golden-striped silver snakes, there is a type of origin essence that only we can discover. Moreover, only we can absorb it. This origin essence is extremely beneficial to us. If we absorb a certain amount of origin essence, it can even allow us to evolve into the legendary divine beast. However, have you ever thought that if I kill you, I can still obtain the corpse of my own kind from you?" As it spoke, the body of the silver-striped golden snake in the air rapidly changed, turning into a skinny young man very quickly. He wore golden clothes, had golden eyes, and long golden hair. He was extremely handsome, and from his appearance, he was around the same age as Jianchen. They were both in their early 20s. Chapter 636. Jianchen's words seemed to provoke the silver-striped gold snake's great dignity as a member of the royal snake clan. A scarlet light flickered in the eyes of the golden-robed young man. Powerful killing intent radiated from him without any concealment. He coldly said, "Human, since you're so confident, let me, the great newbies, see just how powerful you are." With that, a dense silver light radiated from the young man, enveloping his entire body. Afterwards, the silver light shot out from the young man's body as countless threads, wrapping around Jianchen with lightning speed. Jianchen did not dodge. He allowed the silver threads to wrap around him. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen was completely wrapped up by the silver threads, making him seem like a huge silkworm's egg. After wrapping around Jianchen, the silver threads immediately began to tighten, wrapping around every inch of Jianchen's body like a huge python. Every single thread was as tough as steel and as sharp as a blade. Jianchen felt like countless blades were cutting at his body. If it were not for his chaotic body's supreme defense, he probably would have been cut to pieces long ago. Chaotic force slowly flowed through Jianchen's body, covering every inch of his body. Suddenly, Jianchen bellowed out, and his entire body shook violently, dispersing the countless silver threads around him. He then looked at the young man indifferently and said, "Is this all that the famed golden-striped silver snake has? Use your full strength, or it's impossible for you to defeat me." As he said that, Jianchen used the illusory flash. With a single movement, he arrived before the young man and threw a punch. "The toughness of your body has shocked me. Are you really a human?" The young man's voice was filled with surprise. He stared at Jianshan's fist coldly, but he did not slow down at all. He also threw a punch at Jianshan's fist with tremendous force. Boom! When the two fists collided, a violent rumbling sound burst out. The powerful energy swept out in all directions, causing the entire cave to shake violently. Huge rocks fell from above, and countless cracks appeared all around the cave. The golden-clothed young man was sent flying by the punch. Once again, he slammed into the wall behind him, creating a huge hole in the wall. His entire body sank into the hole. Even though the young man was transformed from a golden-striped silver snake and possessed astonishing toughness and strength, how could his body compare to Jianshan, who had cultivated the chaotic body? The young man made his way out of the hole very quickly. Although he seemed to be in a rather horrible shape right now, he was not actually injured. However, his face became rather stern. He no longer dared to look down on Jianshan like before. His right arm that he hid behind his back gently trembled as well. This time, the golden-robed young man had clearly suffered a great loss in this exchange. You really are a beast of antiquity after all. Your body really is tough. My punch actually failed to break your right arm. Jianshan smiled faintly. He was rather surprised by the toughness of a Class 7 magical beast's body. It was far, far more powerful than a human saint ruler. You can actually suppress me with just your physical strength? Impossible. It's impossible for a human to possess such a powerful body. Could it be that you're not just a human, but a war god from the 100 ancient races? The golden-robed young man growled. He was no longer as confident as before. What war god of the 100 races? I'm not a member of the 100 races. I'm a true human, Jianshan smiled. How is this possible? How can a human possess such a tough body? It's even tougher than my body as a magical beast. The young man's face was filled with disbelief. Jianshan could not be bothered to explain to him. He said, "How about it? Can you consider my offer from before? Follow me for 10 years, and I'll use the corpses of your kind as payment. That's the only way you can obtain corpses of your kind, because it's impossible for you to kill me." The young man's face sank when he heard that he would have to follow Jianshan for 10 years. He coldly snorted, "It's not that easy to make the great newbies follow you for 10 years. The battle has only just begun. Your body is very tough, but I still have many ways to heavily injure you or even eliminate you." "Really? Then let me see what you're capable of." Jianshan sneered. He arrived before the young man with the phantom of 1,000 illusions. Chaotic force surged within him as he punched at the young man's face viciously. Wherever the fist passed by, the space there would tremble violently, which was more than enough to demonstrate the power of the punch. After suffering once, the young man understood the power of Jianshan's punch. He did not take it on forcefully. Instead, he used spatial force to arrive behind Jianshan in a single instance. A layer of fine, golden scales extended from his body, covering his entire right hand. His right hand then turned into a claw and reached toward Jianshan's back with lightning speed. Spurt! The young man's sharp claw pierced through the defenses of the chaotic body and stabbed into Jianshan's body. However, as soon as his fingers reached Jianshan's flesh, they were stopped by an extremely great force. No matter how much strength he exerted, he was unable to advance any further. A cold light flickered through Jianshan's eyes. Strands of chaotic force surged out of his naiden, surging through his body like wild horses. They all gathered towards the wound on his back, viciously striking the young man's fingers. The young man trembled violently. He quickly withdrew his claw from Jianshan's body as if he had been electrocuted. He felt a great pain from his fingertips, but he was extremely shocked because the bones at the tips of his fingers had been broken. What kind of power is this? It's so powerful. Is he really a war god of the 100 races? Aside from the war gods of the 100 races, it's impossible for a human to possess such a great body and strength. The young man thought as the light in his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Jian Chen did not give the golden-robed young man any time to think. He immediately turned around and threw a punch at the golden-robed young man with great force. The golden-clothed youth used spatial force to rapidly retreat, appearing 10 meters away in an instant. However, Jian Chen was already prepared for this move. He immediately used the illusory flash, leaving behind an afterimage as he arrived before the golden-clothed youth in the blink of an eye. His fist continued to fly towards the golden-clothed youth's face. Chapter 637. The golden-robed youth's world force collided with Jian Chen's primal chaos force. There was no sound, but there was an extremely powerful burst of energy that caused space to shatter, the cave to collapse, and the hard rocks in the surroundings to be reduced to dust. The cave shook violently and had completely collapsed. Huge rocks rolled down from above, bringing with them a cloud of dust. Below Jian Chen and the golden-robed youth, there was nothing but a vacuum. The two of them hovered in the air, using their own abilities. Because the ground had been destroyed, only a huge black hole of unknown depth was left. The luminous pearls that were embedded in the walls of the cave had been reduced to dust, and the entire cave had been plunged into darkness. Jian Chen's body suddenly flashed with a layer of faint green light. This was the symbol of the wind elemental energy. Wrapped in the wind elemental energy, he quickly rose into the air and flew upward. At the same time, the origin energy of the azure sword spirits appeared in his right hand. In an instant, it elongated into a divine sword that was over 20 meters long. It crushed the huge rocks that were falling down from above, clearing away all obstacles. The golden-robed youth let out a thick layer of golden light and turned into a small golden snake that was over 2 meters long. With a flash of golden light, the golden-robed youth flew upwards at an extremely fast speed, piercing through the thick rocks like a hot knife through butter. He shot up into the sky like a bolt of lightning and returned to his human form. In just an instant, Jian Chen and the golden-robed youth flew out of the cave and hovered in the air again. Below the two of them, the towering mountain that was 1,000 meters tall had already sunk. The ground within a dozen kilometers was rapidly sinking, as if the end of the world had arrived. It was a spectacular sight. In the distance, a white figure silently arrived and stopped to watch from afar. It was the ancestor of the Jetta family, Jetta Tai. He had also been attracted by the huge commotion. That golden-clothed young man has an aura that only magical beasts possess, and those that can transform into human form are all magical beasts of the 7th rank. That's actually a 7th rank magical beast. Could it be that his original form is the ancient golden-striped silver snake? Jetta Tai stared at the golden-robed youth and whispered with curiosity. Golden-striped silver snakes were extremely rare on the Tian Yuan continent. He had lived for so long, but he had only heard of them and had never seen one. Today was the first time he had seen one, and it was a Class 7 magical beast. If it were a Class 6 silver-striped golden snake, a saint ruler could use spatial force to keep the venom at bay. But if it were a Class 7 silver-striped golden snake, then a saint ruler's spatial force would no longer have any advantage. Aside from its venom, the silver snake's battle prowess. I wonder if Jian Chen's a Class 7 silver-striped silver snake. Jetta Tai muttered under his breath. A rank 7 silver-striped golden-striped snake was giving him a headache. However, when he thought of Jian Chen's abnormally powerful body, he understood. He said in a low voice, however, this Jian Chen isn't simple either. His body's defense is abnormally strong. Even my full-strength attack couldn't heavily injure him. In my opinion, unless this golden-striped silver snake's strength has reached the 6th heavenly layer, it would be very difficult for it to injure Jian Chen. However, wanting to tame a golden-striped silver snake that has reached the 7th heavenly layer with just this point is simply a fool's dream. A few kilometers away, Jian Chen and the golden-clothed young man hovered 1,000 meters in the air, looking at each other from 100 meters away. Jian Chen's expression was the same as usual, appearing extremely calm. However, the golden-clothed young man's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and his expression had become much more serious. Jianshan before him was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Although he was confident that his overall strength was much greater than Jianshan's, it would be very difficult for him to kill Jianshan. Snatching the corpse of a fellow saint from him would not be easy either. What troubled him the most was that Jianshan had actually used the essence blood of a fellow saint to cultivate a body that was impervious to poison. This prevented him from using his poison at all. This was because Jianshan's blood already possessed a very powerful poison resistance factor. Even though the poison of a Class 7 magical beast was much more powerful than that of a Class 3 magical beast, it was still unable to harm Jianshan. You should understand now. You can't kill me at all, and you can't forcefully take away what I possess. There's only one way to obtain it. Follow me for 10 years. 10 years isn't a long time for you. You won't suffer any losses, and you might even profit greatly. Consider it carefully, said Jianshan. The golden-clothed young man fell silent. The light in his eyes constantly flickered. It was unknown what he was thinking. Jianshan waited for a while before continuing. I'm very pressed for time. I don't have that much time to waste here. I'll give you 10 more minutes to consider. If you're unwilling, I'll just take the item and leave, and you'll lose the chance to obtain what I possess. Once I set foot in the human world, it'll be very difficult for you to find me. The golden-clothed young man clenched his fists tightly. His eyes flickered with scarlet light as slivers of killing intent leaked out. Jianshan sneered when he sensed the killing intent in the golden-clothed young man's eyes. He said, I know your true strength isn't limited to this, but you must have seen how powerful my body is as well. It's impossible for you to kill me or even heavily injure me. If I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me at all. Not to mention, I have a powerful expert with me. Human, I'm a magical beast. If I follow you to the human world, aren't you afraid of causing trouble for you? The golden-clothed young man asked coldly. Jianshan shook his head. There are many magical beasts in the human world as well, and there's no lack of powerful magical beasts among them. Although I know that there's a treaty between humans and magical beasts, this treaty is limited to the Gilligan clan. You're not a member of the Gilligan clan, so if you follow me to the human world, the human experts won't cause trouble for you. You sure know a lot, but how do you know I'm not a member of the Gilligan clan? The golden-clothed young man asked. Jianshan smiled faintly. The treaty between us humans and the Gilligan clan forbids the Class 7 magical beasts of the Gilligan clan from taking a single step out of the depths of the Cross Mountains. However, you're a Class 7 magical beast, yet you're cultivating in the outskirts of the Cross Mountains. You're even calmly fighting against me. You're not worried about the human experts causing trouble for you at all. If I still can't guess that you're not a member of the Gilligan clan from this, then I'd be far too stupid. You've guessed correctly. I really am not a member of the Gilligan clan. A sliver of disdain appeared in the young man's eyes as soon as the Gilligan clan was mentioned. He said, The Gilligan clan is only a chess piece that the Beast God continent has planted on the Tian Yuan continent. How can I, the great newbies, become a chess piece for someone else? The young man held his head high. His face was filled with pride. Jianshan felt the urge to laugh as soon as he heard the words the great newbies. The golden-striped silver snake before him seemed to be very prideful, treating him like a noble young master. However, he had the right to be prideful. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a beast of antiquity. It's already been a little over half the time. Have you made up your mind? Jianshan asked. The golden-robed young man fell silent. He was born with a sense of pride and would never lower himself to be someone's lackey. However, he really did desire the corpses of his own kind very much because the corpses of his own kind possessed essence that only he could sense and absorb. The essence was just too important to him, so he could not give it up. All right, human. you win. I, the great newbies, will temporarily follow you for 10 years. Once the 10 years are up, we will have nothing to do with each other. A while later, the young man finally compromised. The temptation of the corpses of his own kind was just far too great. He could not refuse at all. All right, it's a deal. Jianchen was overjoyed. With the addition of a Class 7 magical beast, his strength had taken a qualitative leap once again. A large sect like the Dragon and Tiger sect no longer posed any threat to Jianchen. However, we need to make things clear first. During the 10 years that I follow you, you cannot make me do anything that is devoid of conscience and provoke the Celestials' decay. At the same time, I have the right to refuse things that I don't want to do, the young man said. Jianchen thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement. He said, "No problem. I can promise you that. However, you can't just stand by and watch when we encounter difficulties and need your help." "All right, deal." The young man agreed very straightforwardly to Jianchen's suggestion. Jianchen revealed a happy smile. Although the young man could only follow him for 10 years, it was enough for him to do many things. Jianchen took out the corpse of the golden-striped silver snake he had obtained a few years ago from his space ring and tossed it to the young man. "This is yours." The corpse of the golden-striped silver snake hovered before the young man. He stared at the corpse of his own kind with burning desire as unconcealable excitement filled his face. Afterwards, he looked at Jianchen and said, "Do you trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? You're a member of the royal family of snakes. You possess an innate pride, so you'll naturally keep your word." "I believe that you're not someone who goes back on his word," said Jianchen. Chapter 638. Jianchen chuckled. "My name is Jianchen. You can just call me by my name from now on. Your name should be Newbies, right? I'll call you by that name from now on." Jianchen was overjoyed at the completion of his mission. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Newbies, the two of them had become allies. In the next 10 years, the two of them would fight side by side. Jianchen and Newbies walked side by side from afar until they arrived in front of Jetta. Seeing Jettai's strange expression, Jianchen couldn't help but smile. "We're all on the same side from now on. Let me introduce you to each other. This is Newbies, a Class 7 golden-striped silver snake of antiquity. This is Jetta, a human expert." "It's the great Newbies." The golden-robed young man corrected him with some dissatisfaction. He cared a lot about the first two words. "Great Mr. Newbies, Jetta greets you." Jetta didn't dare to be negligent in front of a golden-striped silver snake of antiquity. He immediately clasped his hands at Newbies. However, he wasn't as calm as he seemed on the surface. He found it hard to believe that Jianchen had actually managed to tame a Class 7 golden-striped silver snake of antiquity. This was an incredible matter. Newbies looked at Jetta arrogantly and said, "Third heavenly layer Saint Ruler, barely passable." Jettai's expression changed slightly. Newbies' condescending words made him very unhappy. If he was facing a human Saint Ruler, he probably would have fallen out with him immediately. However, when he thought of Newbies' golden-striped silver snake, he could only suppress his anger helplessly. He didn't dare to show it. After all, he was not like Jianchen, who was immune to all poisons and was not afraid of the silver-striped gold snake's venom. The venom released by the Class 7 silver-striped gold snake was enough to injure Jetta. "Great Sir Newbies, we'll all be comrades on the same side for the next period of time. I hope you can get along well with us and don't cause too much unhappiness," Newbies said with a smile. Jianchen's expression darkened. Newbies had been looking down on Jetta the moment he arrived, and this made him feel a little displeased. Although Jetta was only his lackey, he was still a Saint King-level hermit with his own dignity. How could he be humiliated and mocked like this? "All right, I'll listen to you." Newbies shrugged. His innate pride seemed to only be slightly restrained in front of Jianchen. However, Jianshan's words warmed Jetta Tai's heart. It was a simple sentence, but it made Jetta Tai look at Jianshan in a different light. Jianshan's position in Jetta Tai's heart had also increased slightly. After that, Jianshan and the other two did not stay for long. They quickly left and headed for Mercenary City. Not long after the three of them had left, an old man in plain robes silently appeared. He stared in the direction that the three of them had left in and murmured, "I never thought that Jianshan's strength would reach such a level in just a year. Even that little snake can't do anything to him. This really surprises me. However, why is his body so tough? Is he really a war god of the 100 races reincarnated?" The old man pondered for a while before shaking his head. His body is completely different from the war god of the 100 races, so it shouldn't be him. Looks like he's cultivated a secret technique that allows him to have such a tough body. Experts below the 5th heavenly layer of saint rulers will find it difficult to heavily injure him. If that's the case, I'll be much more at ease with little Fatty by his side. Looks like he'll be able to meet my requirements before long. With that, the old man's body gradually faded away before vanishing completely. It was actually not his original body, but a clone condensed from the world force. Jianshan and the other two arrived at Mercenary City after 2 days of travel. However, only Jianshan and Jetta Tai had entered the city. Newbies did not dare to advance any further when he was 1,000 kilometers away from Mercenary City. This was because Mercenary City forbade high-class magical beasts from entering. Only magical beast mounts were allowed to enter freely. Jianshan was worried that something would happen to his family due to the destruction of the twin stones he carried. As a result, he did not stay in Mercenary City for even a little longer. He hurriedly left after calling Little Fatty and Wang Yifeng, meeting up with newbies 1,000 kilometers away. Just as Jianshan approached Newbies' expression suddenly changed. His eyes immediately widened as he stared at the white tiger lying on Jianshan's shoulder. His face was full of disbelief. The moment he saw the white tiger, Newbies could no longer maintain his composure and cried out involuntarily, This is, how is this possible? It actually appeared in this world again." Even though the white tiger had only just entered the 5th rank and was still very weak in Newbies' eyes, the pressure from its bloodline caused Newbies to reveal a look of shock. The threat from its bloodline was just too powerful. He swore that he had never felt such a powerful pressure before. Even a magical beast at the level of the human Holy Emperor would not be able to make him feel so pressured. The pressure was so powerful that it even made his soul tremble. He did not dare to think of resisting at all. He had the urge to immediately kneel and submit. As a golden-striped silver snake of antiquity and a knowledgeable magical beast of the 7th rank, Newbies naturally understood just how powerful a magical beast that could make him feel so pressured was. Coupled with the obvious characteristics of the white tiger, Newbies immediately guessed the true identity of the white tiger. He was immediately filled with shock and disbelief. Looking at Newbies' expression, Jianshan knew that the identity of the white tiger had already been discovered by Newbies. However, he did not panic in the slightest. Such an outcome was already within his expectations. "Great Sir Newbies, I hope you can keep this a secret." Jianshan came to Newbies' side and said in an almost inaudible voice. Newbies was still in shock as he stared at the white tiger sleeping on Jianshan's shoulder. He then turned to Jianshan and said in a serious tone, "Jianshan, could it be that you know its identity?" Jianshan nodded and let Jetta Tai hover in the air with Wang Yifeng and Little Fatty. He himself came to Newbies' side and pulled Newbies away from Jetta Tai. In a low voice, he said, "Great Sir Newbies, the winged tiger is an ancient divine beast. It will definitely become the true king of the magical beasts in the future. Furthermore, it is still in its infancy, so it is the best time to cultivate a relationship with it. This is a great opportunity for you. I'm sure you know just how terrifying the ancient divine beast-winged tiger is. Nubiz's eyes lit up and he clenched his fists tightly. He was not an ignorant person. Jianshan's words immediately made him think of many things. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him, and he must not miss it. Furthermore, as a magical beast, he definitely knew more about the strength of the winged tiger than humans. Once the winged tiger really matured, there would be no power in this world that could stop it. Don't worry, I know what to do. Nubiz gave Jianshan a reassuring look, allowing Jianshan to completely relax. Jianshan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Let's go." Following that, Jianshan and the rest hurried towards the Qin Empire. Nubiz quickly regained his composure and flew beside Jianshan as if nothing had happened. However, his eyes would occasionally fall on the white tiger, and there was a faint trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Nubiz's previous loss of composure fell into Jetta Tai's eyes, and Jetta Tai finally began to take the white tiger that Jianshan had always brought along with him. Although he had long known of the white tiger's existence, he had only thought that it was a magical beast cub that Jianshan had raised, and did not take it to heart. Only now did he realize that he had been mistaken. Just what is the origin of this magical beast cub? It actually made the ancient divine beast silver-striped golden snake lose its composure. Jetta Tai secretly thought to himself. He was very curious about the white tiger's identity. While Jianshan and the rest were on their way to the Qin Empire, in the kingdom closest to Mercenary City, within a first-class city, the same tall and sturdy man was sitting on a stool with his arms crossed and his legs crossed. Opposite him was the same old man who had received him before. "Esteemed sir, we have urgently invited you here this time because we have something important to report to you. Our spies have already obtained the latest news. Jianshan has already left Mercenary City and is currently heading towards the Qin Empire. Moreover, according to what I know, the Qin Empire seems to have gained another imperial protector, and this imperial protector's name just so happens to be Jianshan. I'm guessing that they are most likely the same person," said the old man. A gleam of light immediately flashed through the eyes of the middle-aged man. He said, "That's very good news. You've done well. Take it. This is your reward. Take the rest as a reward." The middle-aged man directly tossed an exquisite space ring onto the table before leaving in a hurry. Jianshan's group had traveled over 100,000 kilometers over 2 days before finally arriving at a fortress on the border of the Qin Empire. Without resting for a moment, they directly flew towards the imperial palace of the Qin Empire. However, they did not notice that in the sky, there was a thin and almost invisible shadow floating there. From the shadow, it was not difficult to see that it was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He had a ferocious face and looked very valiant. Chapter 639. The middle-aged man's gaze was completely drawn away by the winged tiger on Jianshan's shoulder. The Tianyuan continent was so large, so he was extremely surprised that he could find the winged tiger in such a short amount of time. He also felt some excitement. A while later, the middle-aged man finally shifted his gaze from the white tiger to the golden-robed Nubiz. A sliver of surprise immediately flashed through his eyes. He said in surprise, "That's actually Nubiz. Why is Nubiz with them?" The middle-aged man pondered slightly before saying, "With his strength, he should be able to sense the power of the winged tiger's bloodline. Looks like he's already made his choice. He plans on assisting the winged tiger's growth, but only death awaits him if he does that. I just never thought that Jianshan would have a human saint ruler and a Class 7 golden-striped silver snake by his side. Although I can kill them, it'll definitely alarm the saint rulers of the Qin Empire. At the same time, we're just too close to Mercenary City. Once the supreme experts of Mercenary City discover that I've entered the human world, I'll be in danger as well. Looks like I can't act recklessly right now. Whatever, I'll let you live for a few more days," the middle-aged man thought. The middle-aged man calmly pondered, and the illusory body gradually disappeared from the 10,000 meters in the sky, completely disappearing. Jianchen and the others did not realize that they had been followed at all. They traveled in a straight line toward the imperial palace of the Qin Empire, arriving in the imperial city of the Qin Empire before long. Under Jianchen's signal, they all descended from the sky and chose to walk toward the imperial palace. With Jianchen's identity as the imperial protector, he was able to enter the imperial palace without any obstructions, even though he had to bring a few strangers with him. Wherever he passed, people would greet Jianchen politely. At this moment, 4 tremendous presences radiated from the Qin Empire. They were like 4 ancient beasts that had awakened from their slumber. Their presences surged into the sky, enveloping the entire region and causing the surrounding air to freeze at that moment. 4 figures flew out from the various halls of the imperial palace at the same time. They left behind blurs in the air, as if they were moving through space. They shot toward Jianchen's group with unbelievable speed, surrounding them in a square. Greetings to the 4 seniors. Jianchen remained calm as he greeted the 4 people with a smile. He knew that these 4 people were the Qin Empire's imperial protector. They were all Saint Kings and he had met 2 of them before. Jianchen, it's actually you. A middle-aged man looked at Jianchen in surprise. He then glanced at newbies and Jetta Tai in golden robes. He frowned and asked, Jianchen, may I ask who these 2 are? With his strength, he could naturally sense that newbies and Jetta Tai were both Saint Kings. 4 seniors, these 2 are Jetta Tai and newbies. They are both good friends of mine. Jianchen explained with a smile. Hearing this, the 4 imperial protector of the Qin Empire were all shocked. They stared at Jianchen in shock. They had never thought that Jianchen would actually have 2 Saint Kings as his good friends. This was a force that even the Qin Empire had to pay attention to. It's the great newbies. Newbies glared and shouted in dissatisfaction. Hee, the great newbies, just how great are you? Why can't I see it at all? Wang Yifeng laughed at newbies. When Wang Yifeng's words fell into newbies' ears, the proud newbies immediately took it as an insult and provocation. This was especially so when Wang Yifeng was a weakling who couldn't even compare to an ant in his eyes. How could he, who was born with pride, accept this insult? Newbies' face immediately darkened. His eyes flashed with a red light. A powerful aura radiated from his body and pressed down on Wang Yifeng. He grabbed Wang Yifeng's neck and said coldly, Brat, how dare you speak to the great newbies like this? Are you tired of living? Do you believe that I, the great newbies, will kill you right now? Wang Yifeng's neck was tightly gripped by newbies. His whole body couldn't move at all. A suffocating feeling came from his chest. This made him feel that he was so close to death at this moment. Especially when he saw newbies' red eyes, he didn't doubt that the other party would really kill him in a fit of anger. Newbies, what are you doing? Let go! Jianchen shouted. His eyes suddenly became sharp, like a sword that was unsheathed. Newbies' behavior made Jianchen very angry. After all, Wang Yifeng was one of them, not an enemy. Newbies tilted his head and glanced at Jianchen. He shrugged and said, Brat, I'll forgive you this time for Jianchen's sake. Remember, don't speak to me, the great newbies, like that in the future. Otherwise, even if you have a good relationship with Jianchen, I, the great newbies, will kill you without any hesitation. Newbies let go of Wang Yifeng's hand, and Wang Yifeng immediately knelt on the ground as he gasped for breath. His forehead was covered in sweat. You're not a human. You're a magical beast. An imperial protector from the Qin Empire growled. They could all sense Newbies' true identity from the presence Newbies gave off. You're a member of the Gilligan clan? Another imperial protector growled. When the other 3 imperial protector heard his words, their expressions all changed. Newbies glanced at the 4 imperial protectors indifferently and said proudly, Don't associate me, the great newbies, with the people of the Gilligan clan. I, the great newbies, have nothing to do with them. Seniors, please don't misunderstand. Newbies may be a magical beast, but he's not a member of the Gilligan clan. Moreover, he's already my friend, so he's not an outsider. Jianchen explained. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Newbies' violent personality, the most important thing right now was to explain their relationship clearly to avoid any misunderstandings. If that's the case, then he's not an outsider. The 4 Imperial Protector from the Qin Empire all let out a sigh of relief. However, they were all extremely curious. They had no idea how Jianchen had befriended such a powerful magical beast, which made the 4 of them very envious. This was because magical beasts were naturally more powerful than humans of the same level. There were a few rare species that could even kill people who were stronger than them. Wang Yifeng immediately trembled when he heard that Newbies was a magical beast. His gaze toward Newbies was filled with deep fear and disbelief. Only now did he understand that the young man who seemed even younger than him was actually a Class 7 magical beast. He was equivalent to a saint ruler in the human world. At this moment, a series of footsteps rang out. Soldiers quickly surrounded the area from all directions. Over 20 Heaven Saint Masters hovered in the sky. All the Imperial Protectors in the Imperial Palace of the Qin Empire had been mobilized. These people had clearly been disturbed by the presence of the Imperial Protector from the Qin Empire. The presence of the 4 Imperial Protector earlier had enveloped the entire area, alarming everyone in the Imperial Palace and causing them to be on high alert. All of you back off. Do what you need to do, an Imperial Protector said. An Imperial Protector said. Although his voice was very calm, it still rang in the ears of every soldier. The soldiers in the surroundings immediately retreated like the tide. They had come quickly and dispersed quickly. However, over 20 Heaven Saint Masters had all arrived. When they recognized the 4 Imperial Protectors, they were all shocked. The 4 Imperial Protectors of the Qin Empire had always cultivated in seclusion in the Qin Heavenly Hall. They had not taken a single step out of the hall for several decades. Now that all 4 of them had appeared outside, they could not help but feel surprised. We greet the Imperial Protector. The 20 Imperial Protectors bowed in unison. They were extremely respectful. An Imperial Protector waved his hand and said in a calm voice, "You can all disperse." "Yes, sir." The 20 Imperial Protectors replied in unison. However, they curiously studied Jetta Tai and the others beside Jianchen before silently retreating. However, they were not as calm as they seemed on the surface. The 4 Imperial Protectors had actually stepped out of the Qin Heavenly Hall together with a few strangers beside Jianchen. This made them realize that the 4 Imperial Protectors definitely valued them. "Jianchen, we heard about your predicament in Mercenary City a few months ago. Although we really want to help you, our Qin Empire is facing pressure from other sources, so we are powerless to do anything. I hope you don't mind." An Imperial Protector smiled at Jianchen apologetically. Whether it was the matter of Jianchen's actions in Mercenary City or the 2 saint rulers by his side, it was enough for the 4 of them to treat him seriously. Jianchen chuckled. He casually chatted with the 4 Imperial Protectors before getting to the main topic. He said, "Seniors, something has probably happened at home, so I must return immediately. Let's meet again in the future." "All right. If that's the case, we won't waste your time, little brother Jianchen." Chapter 640. Since the imperial advisors of the Qin Empire had left a censor in the imperial palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom last time, Jianchen's group had directly returned to the original imperial palace through a space gate this time. Stepping out of the space gate, Jianchen instinctively scanned his surroundings. He discovered that the imperial palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom still looked the same as before. The only difference was that the imperial palace was no longer as cold and cheerless as before. There were figures everywhere as far as the eye could see, and fiery red flags fluttered everywhere in the imperial palace. The picture on the flags was a ball of fire burning fiercely. Jianchen was no stranger to this flag, because it was the symbol of the Flame Mercenaries. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps rang out in the surroundings. Several hundred people quickly rushed over from all directions, surrounding Jianchen's group. All of them had sharp gazes as they stared at Jianchen's group with fiendish eyes. "Who are you? State your names," a middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader sternly demanded. "Jianchen," Jianchen replied indifferently. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned when he heard this. He was not unfamiliar with this name at all, and he was extremely familiar with it, because it was the name of the captain of the Flame Mercenaries. The middle-aged man in the lead carefully examined Jianchen and finally recognized Jianchen's identity. His expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly bowed. He said respectfully, "So it's Sir Captain. This subordinate has eyes but failed to recognize you. Please punish me, Sir Captain." With this, the several hundred members of the Flame Mercenaries also learned of Jianchen's identity. All of them immediately changed their expressions and bowed respectfully towards Jianchen, loudly calling out, "Greetings, Sir Captain." The voices of several hundred people were extremely loud, spreading very far through the silent Imperial Palace. Basically, the entire Imperial Palace knew. Immediately, the crowd in the Imperial Palace surged. Many people quickly walked out from various halls and gathered towards Jianchen's location. At this moment, there was a flash of azure light. A young man in white robes appeared before Jianchen in the blink of an eye. When he saw Jianchen, he immediately smiled happily and laughed aloud. "Jianchen, you've finally returned. If you took any longer, I would have gone out to look for you." The young man was Jianchen. "Jianchen, you've finally returned. Brother, you've finally returned." Just as Ming Dong finished speaking, two more female voices sounded from afar. Yu Yu, Huang Luan, and Bai Lian were accompanied by a large group of people as they ran over from afar. Their expressions were filled with joy. Afterward, all the upper echelon of the Flame Mercenaries gathered. In the blink of an eye, the large space was filled with people. Jianchen exchanged some pleasantries with everyone before being escorted into a majestic hall. This hall used to be the discussion hall of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. It was where the ruler and his ministers discussed matters of the kingdom. However, it had been taken over by the Flame Mercenaries now. Even the name of the hall had been changed to the Flame Hall. Jianchen sat on the throne boldly in the hall while newbies, Jetta Tai, Wang Yifeng, and Little Fatty stood beside Jianchen quietly. They did not say anything. Little Fatty looked around curiously. He had only set foot on the Tian Yuan continent recently, so everything in the outside world was so new to him. Below him was a dense crowd of people. The few seats below him were occupied by the Heaven Saint Masters of the Flame Mercenaries and Ming Dong's group. Jianchen glanced around. He first said some pleasantries before introducing Jetta Tai and the others. However, Jianchen only gave a rough introduction of their identities and did not go into detail about their strength. After the introduction, Jianchen cut to the chase. He directly brought up the main topic. He took out a shattered piece of the Sun Mother Twin Rock from his space ring and asked, "May I ask what's happened recently to force you to shatter the Sun Mother Twin Rock?" "It's about the tungsten alloy mine. Jianchen, the news of the tungsten alloy mine was leaked half a month ago. Right now, the news of us possessing a large tungsten alloy mine has spread like wildfire in the outside world. Basically everyone knows about it," Yu Yu replied. Jianchen smiled faintly when he heard that. He said, "The truth can't be hidden forever. I expected the news of the tungsten alloy mine to spread long ago, but I never thought that it would happen so much earlier than I expected. I wonder what the other organizations have done after learning that we possess a large tungsten alloy mine. Ever since we joined forces with the 7 organizations, our strength has skyrocketed. Coupled with the fact that we have the support of the Qin Empire, the other organizations and smaller kingdoms haven't done anything even though they're envious. It's been rather peaceful. However, the only problem is the Dragon and Tiger sect, said Bai Lian. The person who spoke was Bai Lian. Since Bai Lian and Yu both possessed great management abilities, Jian Chun had left the flame mercenaries to the two of them to manage before he left. Although there were quite a few experts in the flame mercenaries, including quite a few Heaven Saint Masters, strength was not everything when it came to management. This was because this was a domain that did not require talent for cultivation. Instead, it required a clever and flexible mind. A powerful killing intent immediately flashed through Jianchun's eyes when he heard about the Dragon and Tiger sect. He could still remember the palm strike from the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect. He had never forgotten about it. Does the Dragon and Tiger sect want to steal the tungsten alloy mine from us? Jianchun's voice sank slightly as a cold light flickered through his eyes. If it were before, the Dragon and Tiger sect would have definitely pressured him greatly, but now, the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect was no longer a threat in Jianchun's eyes. Sima Yu nodded. That's right. The Dragon and Tiger sect does want a share of the loot. However, they have a huge appetite. The moment they opened their mouth, they wanted to take 2/3 of the mine. Naturally, we would not agree and directly rejected this overboard proposal. Furthermore, they might be afraid of the Qin Huang kingdom behind us. That's why, after we rejected them for a short while, the Dragon and Tiger sect did not immediately take action to snatch the loot. Brother, the Dragon-Tiger sect is only doing this to test the Qin Huang kingdom's attitude towards this matter. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be so kind. I've already learned the details of the Dragon-Tiger sect's strength from everyone, and I've also compared it to our current strength. The conclusion I've come to is that we don't have the ability to contend against the Dragon-Tiger sect. I'm certain that if the Qin Huang kingdom doesn't interfere, the Dragon-Tiger sect will definitely snatch the tungsten alloy mine from us, said Bai Lian. Yeah, Jianchun, Bai Lian is right. If we want to keep the tungsten alloy mine, we can only ask the Qin Empire for help, but you're the only one who has connections with the Qin Empire. Time is very tight right now, so we had no choice but to crush the mother-child twin stones and tell you to come back, Yu said rather sternly. The Dragon and Tiger sect's interference had given her a huge headache. How many days have passed since the Dragon and Tiger sect gave us 7 days? Jianchun asked with a heavy voice. It's already been 6 days. Tomorrow will be the last day. This time, it was Ming Dong who spoke. He was stern. Jianchun sneered. If that's the case, let's quietly wait for the Dragon and Tiger sect's arrival. However, there's no need for anyone to worry about this matter. I have my ways to deal with the Dragon and Tiger sect. They're nothing to worry about. Everyone let out a sigh of relief when they heard what Jianchun had said. They did not doubt the authenticity of Jianchun's words at all because they had all learned about Jianchun's other identity in the past few days. He was the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, one of the 8 great empires of the continent. His status was supreme, so how could he speak without thinking? With the Dragon and Tiger sect's worries resolved, everyone dispersed under Jianchun's signal. The spacious hall became empty very soon. Only a few people remained. Jianchun stood up from his throne and glanced past Yu and Bai Lian. Compared to a few months ago, Yu and Bai Lian had clearly become thinner. They had spent quite a lot of effort dealing with the internal matters of the mercenary group. Jianchun looked at the two of them rather apologetically. He smiled. Yu Lianer, it's really been hard on the two of you. Perhaps I shouldn't have left such tiring matters to the two of you. Look at how much thinner you've become compared to a few months ago. Bai Lian smiled sweetly when she heard that. She said, Brother, it's fine. The Flame Mercenaries have only just been formed and is still in the process of development, so there are a lot of things to deal with. However, it'll be much easier once the Flame Mercenaries have stabilized. Once you find people who are adept at management and trustworthy, you can properly nurture them. Try to spread the matters out and let them deal with them. That way, it'll lessen your pressure, Jianchun suggested. Brother, we've thought of this a long time ago, but there really are quite a few people who are adept at management in our mercenaries. The most outstanding one is Jiantian, said Bai Lian. Jiantian. Jianchen was slightly surprised. He had not forgotten about this person. He was the captain of the Carnage mercenaries. After a moment of thought, Jianchen said, "If Jiantian is reliable, let him take on the heavy responsibility." "Got it, brother." Afterwards, Jianchen pulled out a fist-sized fruit from his space ring. He looked at Bai Lian with a gentle gaze and smiled. "Lianer, this is an earth core fruit. It's a 10,000-year-old heavenly resource. I specially bought it from an auction in Mercenary City. It can change your constitution. Once you consume it, you'll immediately possess an excellent body for cultivation. From then on, you won't encounter any obstructions on your path of cultivation." "Brother, you must have wasted a lot of money." Bai Lian was deeply moved. She stared at the earth core fruit with mixed feelings as tears flickered in her eyes. Jianchen smiled without minding at all. "What's money? As long as it can change Lian Er's constitution, it's worth it no matter how much money I spend." Newbies stared at the earth core fruit in Jianchen's hand with desire as he stood beside Jianchen. He said, "Using a 10,000-year-old heavenly resource to change the constitution of an ordinary person is just a waste. This is a treasure that can extend the lifespan of a saint ruler. It's extremely rare. Jianchen, how about we make a deal? If you give the earth core fruit to me, I, the great newbies, will follow you for 3 more years." Although the earth core fruit was precious in the human world, it was not extinct. At the very least, Mercenary City would auction off one every year. However, as a magical beast, newbies could not enter Mercenary City, so it was extremely difficult for him to obtain a 10,000-year-old heavenly resource. He could not obtain it from the human world. Although there were 10,000-year-old heavenly resources in the depths of the Cross Mountains, they were all controlled by the Gilligan clan, so he could not obtain them. As a result, it was difficult for newbies to obtain a 10,000-year-old heavenly resource even though he was a Class 7 magical beast. Jianchen shook his head without any hesitation. "I've specially prepared this earth core fruit for Lian. If you need it, I'll buy one for you in Mercenary City in the future." "Alright, it's a deal then." Newbies agreed with great excitement. 10,000-year-old heavenly resources could extend the lifespan of magical beasts as well. 10,000-year-old heavenly resources are not something a normal person can endure. "Jianchen, if you want to use it to change your sister's constitution, you should hire an alchemist. An alchemist can make the energy within the heavenly resource docile by adding in other medicinal ingredient. Only then can your sister endure it," Jetta Tai suddenly said. Chapter 641. In the Qin Empire, which was extremely far away from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, an extremely thin human figure hovered high up in the sky. The white sea of clouds completely concealed his figure, so even the 4 imperial protector in the Qin Heavenly Palace failed to sense his existence. The human figure stared coldly at the space gate in the Qin Empire's palace. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. "That damned bastard actually escaped through a space gate. This is troublesome. I didn't leave any imprints on them, so I have no way of knowing where they went. Looks like I'll have to put in a lot of effort to find them again. Sigh, what a pity." The human figure's face was filled with unwillingness. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly thought of something and murmured softly, "Since Jianchen is the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, I should be able to find out some details about him from the Qin Empire. As long as I know where he went through the space gate, everything will be much easier." With that, the human figure hidden in the sea of clouds vanished without a trace. The territory of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had now completely become the territory of the Flame Mercenaries. The news of the tungsten alloy mine hidden within the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had long since spread, causing countless small kingdoms and powers in the surroundings to be extremely tempted. However, none of them dared to take action, except for the enormous dragon and tiger sect. The pressure from the dragon and tiger sect also vanished without a trace with Jianshan's return. Although Jianshan did not fear the dragon and tiger sect, he did not take the initiative to make trouble for them. Instead, he quietly waited for the dragon and tiger sect to arrive in 2 days. This was because he wanted the dragon and tiger sect to come with great fanfare and return dejectedly. The next morning, Jianshan casually sat on the throne in the discussion hall of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's palace. Below him, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion stood there respectfully. He bowed and said, "Subordinate He-Yun greets the captain." Jianshan stared at the old man with a smile and said, "Master He-Yun, I've heard that you're the most famous alchemist in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. I wonder what kind of pills you can refine." "Captain, I do have some accomplishments in alchemy. As long as there are enough ingredients, I can refine most high-level pills," He-Yun said respectfully. He knew very well what kind of person this young man before him was. He was the highest leader of the Flame Mercenaries, and even the leaders of the 7 great powers of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had to listen to him. "Right now I have a 10,000-year-old heavenly treasure. Master He-Yun, I wonder if you can refine it into pills." Jianshan's tone was amiable. He spoke to He-Yun as if he was negotiating with him. He did not put on any airs at all. He-Yun was surprised at first when he heard that it was a 10,000-year-old heavenly treasure. However, he soon became troubled. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Captain, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Although I do have some talent in alchemy, a 10,000-year-old heavenly treasure is just too precious. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to refine such a treasure." "Jianshan, you don't actually have to refine a 10,000-year-old heavenly treasure into pills. The energy within a 10,000-year-old heavenly treasure is just too dense. It's not something your sister can handle. The main reason for hiring an alchemist is to add some things to neutralize the energy, making it docile. Only then can your sister absorb it," Jetta Tai explained from behind Jianshan. Jianshan nodded slightly and said to He-Yun, "Master He-Yun, may I ask if you have the ability to do so?" He-Yun let out a sigh of relief and clasped his hands. "Captain, if it's just neutralizing the energy within a heavenly treasure, I'm still capable of doing so." "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Master He-Yun. You can stay in the Imperial Palace for now. Just tell me if you need any materials. I'll get people to gather them as quickly as possible," Jianshan said. "Yes, Captain." In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Today just happened to be the last day of the 7 days the Dragon and Tiger sect had given them. The Heaven Saint Masters of the Flame Mercenaries hovered above the gorge where the tungsten alloy mine was located, waiting for the arrival of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Several dozen Earth Saint Masters gathered in the surroundings of the gorge as well. Since the opponents this time were all experts of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Jianshan had only sent out the peak experts of the Flame Mercenaries. Those below the Earth Saint Master level would not be of much use even if they came. Instead, they would only increase the number of casualties. As a result, the Flame Mercenaries had sent out less than 100 people this time. A long table had been placed on a piece of flat ground near the gorge. Jianshan, Mingdong, Dugufeng, Tai Ta, Huang Luan, Yu, Bai Lian, Jetta Tai, Newbies, Wang Yifeng, and Little Fatty sat there and chatted as they ate fruit. They did not take the Dragon and Tiger sect seriously at all. Little Fatty, who had just stepped onto the Tian Yuan continent for the first time, was very curious about everything in the outside world. He constantly asked everyone about various things and would say a few extremely innocent things from time to time, making everyone laugh. Wang Yifeng did not want to fall behind either. He constantly told everyone about his experiences on the Tian Yuan continent as he was good at communication, so he got along well with everyone very soon. He had completely assimilated into the group. Jianshan would chime in from time to time as well. Only Nubes and Jetta sat there with their eyes closed due to their status. They did not say anything at all. An hour later, Nubes and Jetta opened their eyes at the same time. They stared into the distance in interest. Soon afterward, Jianchen also noticed something strange. He stopped chatting with everyone and stared into the distance with a sharp gaze. He softly said, "The people from the Dragon and Tiger sect have come. Nubes, Jetta, hide your presence as well. Don't let them discover you." "It's the great Nubes." Nubes grumbled unhappily. He cared a lot about the first two words. Very soon, over a dozen Heaven Saint Masters flew over from afar. They stopped in the air above the gorge and faced the Heaven Saint Masters from the Flame Mercenaries 100 meters away. They were the experts of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Jianchen sat below and stared at the group of people from the Dragon and Tiger sect. A cold light flashed through his eyes. There were quite a few familiar faces in this group. The three leaders were the three experts who had fought with him at the entrance of the Dragon and Tiger sect. "Everyone from the Flame Mercenaries, 7 days have passed. Have you made your decision?" The sect master of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Chris, smiled faintly. "Sect Master Chris, may I ask what you want us to consider? Why don't you say it again?" Below them, Jianchen sat at the table calmly and ate the fruit on the table as he spoke. Chris' gaze immediately landed on Jianchen. He clasped his hands at Jianchen and smiled. "So it's the captain of the Flame Mercenaries, the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire, and the current sect master of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Greetings." Chris paused for a moment before he continued, "Lord Imperial Protector, our Dragon Tiger sect is here for the tungsten alloy mine. Regarding the tungsten alloy mine, our Dragon Tiger sect wants 2/3 of the resources. The remaining 1/3 will belong to you." Jianchen stood up from his chair. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Sect Master Chris. He sneered, "Your Dragon and Tiger sect sure talks big. You actually want us to hand over 2/3 of the mine to you. Do you think that's possible?" Chris was not angered. He chuckled. "Imperial Protector, the territory of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom has always been under the control of the Dragon and Tiger sect. The tungsten alloy mine has also appeared in the territory of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Logically speaking, the tungsten alloy mine should completely belong to the Dragon and Tiger sect. However, the Dragon and Tiger sect only wants 2/3 out of respect for the Qin Empire, leaving 1/3 for you. We're already being extremely benevolent." What a grand excuse. People of the Dragon and Tiger sect, listen up. Right now, the territory of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom is completely under the control of the Flame Mercenaries. The tungsten alloy mine is also completely under the control of the Flame Mercenaries. Right now, I'll give you 15 minutes to leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude," Jianchen coldly said. He could not be bothered to waste his breath arguing with them. What big words! "Jianchen, old man, I'd like to see how you'll be rude to us." As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, an old voice boomed through the sky. A tall old man slowly appeared above the group of people from the Dragon and Tiger sect. He was the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Jianchen coldly stared at the old man and sneered, "Saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect, you've finally appeared. I thought you were going to hide for a long time." The saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect emotionlessly stared at Jianchen and said, "Jianchen, although your talent is pretty good, you're still a Heaven Saint Master after all. If it weren't for the Qin Empire behind you, you wouldn't even be an ant in Old Man's eyes. Last time, Old Man only spared your life out of respect for the Qin Empire. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to live until today. Yet now, you actually dare to speak such arrogant words to the people of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Do you really think the Qin Empire can protect you for the rest of your life? Do you believe that Old Man won't let you die a horrible death right now? Is your Dragon and Tiger sect not afraid of the Qin Empire?" Jianchen probed. The saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect sneered. The Qin Empire can't even take care of itself right now. How can they have the energy to interfere in this matter? Jianshan, if you want to use the power of the Qin Empire to protect yourself, I'd advise you to give up. Obediently hand over 2/3 of the tungsten alloy mine, and the old man won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Unless he had no other choice, the saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect did not dare to kill Jianshan in front of so many people. Although Jianshan was only a heaven saint master in his eyes, as weak as an ant, his other identity was the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. This caused him to feel some fear. Chapter 642. The saint ruler sneered. The Qin Empire can't even take care of itself right now. How can they have the energy to interfere in this matter? Jianshan, if you want to use the Qin Empire's influence to protect yourself, I advise you to give up. Obediently hand over 2/3 of the tungsten alloy mine, and old man won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Unless he had no other choice, the saint ruler of the dragon tiger sect would not dare to kill Jianshan in front of so many people. Although Jianshan was only a heaven saint master in his eyes, as weak as an ant, his other identity was the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. This made him feel some fear. Jianshan's heart skipped a beat. Previously, he had been guessing that the Qin Huang kingdom was in trouble, and the words of the saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect confirmed his guess. However, he had no idea what kind of trouble the Qin Huang kingdom was in. It seems that I should go to the Qin Empire to understand the situation when I have the time. Jianshan thought to himself. The Qin Empire had given him quite a bit of help before, so he could not just stand by and do nothing now that the Qin Empire was in trouble. However, right now was not the time to think about this. Jianshan quickly collected his thoughts and glared at the saint ruler of the sect of dragon and tiger. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he sneered. Saint ruler of the sect of dragon and tiger, you no longer have the right to speak to me like that. As he spoke, a layer of dense wind element enveloped Jianshan and slowly lifted him into the air. He faced off against the saint ruler of the dragon tiger sect in the air. At the same time, a powerful battle intent radiated from Jianshan, filling the entire area. It was as if the surrounding air had frozen. A cold light flickered in the saint ruler's eyes as he looked at Jianshan with disdain. From what he knew, Jianshan was only a heaven saint master. Someone like that was as weak as an ant in his eyes, unable to withstand a single blow. Jianshan, do you really want to force the old man to act? The saint ruler growled. His voice was cold, almost reaching the limit of his patience. At this moment, the battle between Jianshan and the saint ruler of the dragon tiger sect was about to erupt. Observing the situation above, the heaven saint masters of the flame mercenaries and Ming Dong's group became rather stern. They were extremely worried for Jianshan. After all, he was facing a saint ruler who was on a completely different level from a heaven saint master. Why hasn't the Qin Huang kingdom's imperial protector arrived yet? Could it be that it's really like what the dragon and tiger sects people said, that they don't have the spare energy to interfere in these matters? If they don't come, I'll be in danger, Bai Lian said worriedly. They had always believed that Jianshan was fearless because he had already contacted the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. However, the battle between Jianshan and the saint ruler of the dragon tiger sect was about to erupt, yet the expected imperial protector of the Qin Empire still had not appeared. This made them all feel extremely uneasy and nervous. Jianshan is far too rash. How can he provoke the saint ruler of the dragon tiger sect so rashly before the imperial protector of the Qin Empire comes? We don't have any power here that can fend off a saint ruler. Dugufeng frowned as well. Newbies could not help but smile when he heard the worried words of the two. I'll have to disappoint you. It's impossible for the imperial protector of the Qin Empire to come. What? The imperial protector of the Qin Empire won't come? Then how are we supposed to stop the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect? Ming Dong's expression drastically changed. Newbies glanced at Jianshan in the sky and said, "Hasn't someone already gone up? Just leave the Saint Ruler to him." "Are you kidding me? Jianshan is still a Heaven Saint Master. How can he be the opponent of a Saint Ruler?" Ming Dong sternly replied. "I might as well inform our ancestor. Our ancestor should be able to deal with the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect," Huang Luan said rather urgently. Boom! Just as everyone below was discussing how to deal with the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect, a heavy sound suddenly rang out, causing the entire space to violently tremble. Jianshan and the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect had already begun fighting in the air. "Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect, I still remember the palm strike you gave me back then. Today, I will return it to you with interest." Jianshan yelled out. Chaotic force had already filled his entire body, pushing its power to the limit. The Saint Ruler would not be able to injure him with his powerful defense. The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect stared at Jianshan in a daze. He cried out in disbelief, "How is this possible? Have you already broken through the Heaven Saint Master level and reached Saint Ruler level?" The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect had finally witnessed Jianshan's current strength from the clash earlier. This was not the strength of a Heaven Saint Master. Chapter 643. Seeing Jianshan's powerful punch, the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect's face immediately turned solemn. This punch was no weaker than a Saint Ruler's attack. How is this possible? It's only been a while and Jianshan has already broken through from Heaven Saint Master to Saint Ruler. No matter how great his talent is, it's impossible for him to break through to Saint Ruler at such a young age. Just how did he cultivate? The heart of the Saint Ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger churned. He could not remain calm at all. Jianshan had suddenly become a Saint Ruler, which was a great shock to him. No, if he's a Saint Ruler, why is he using the Yuan Qi of the world to fly? The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect quickly realized that something was wrong. However, he did not have time to think about it as Jianshan's punch was already about to reach his chest. The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect knew that this punch was not weak and did not dare to be careless. Boundless Saint force surged out of his body and condensed in his right hand. The powerful energy gathered in one place, and just the shock waves of the energy caused the surrounding space to ripple. This was a testament to the power of the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect. His strength was actually much stronger than the ancestor of the Jetta family, Jetta Tai. Purring! With a thunderous sound, the fist and palm collided in the air. The power of the collision was like a volcanic eruption, spewing out flames and magma into the sky. An incomparably powerful shockwave of energy formed a hurricane that carried with it a destructive force that wreaked havoc in all directions. The entire space was greatly affected and shook violently. At the center of the shockwave of energy, small cracks could be seen appearing and healing. Jianshan and the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect were completely engulfed by the shockwave of energy. It was impossible to see them from the outside. The valley below their feet had also collapsed due to the powerful shockwave of energy. Large pieces of rock rolled down and rumbled as they rolled into the valley floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jetta Tai had already left his seat at some point. His old figure stood straight in front of everyone like a javelin. He opened his hands slightly and a transparent barrier spread out, enveloping Ming Dong's group and preventing them from being affected by the shockwave. Before the battle had begun, Jianshan had warned Jetta Tai to protect Ming Dong's group at all costs. As a result, Jetta Tai had let go of his dignity as a Saint Ruler and personally protected these people who were only Earth Saint Masters. Some of them were not even Earth Saint Masters. The ground below Ming Dong's group had already become empty. The flat ground had also collapsed due to the shockwave. All of them, including the table, had remained unscathed because of the barrier. Otherwise, all of them who were not even Heaven Saint Masters would have already fallen from the collapse of the ground. In the distance, whether it was the Heaven Saint Masters from the Flame Mercenaries or the experts from the Dragon Tiger sect, they all swayed from side to side from the shockwave of energy. A few of them had even almost lost control and fell from the sky. They immediately retreated far away in fear. The shockwave of energy was so powerful that it had completely surpassed the clash of Heaven-tier battle skills. As Heaven Saint Masters, it was extremely difficult for them to block it. Jetta used his hands to create a barrier to protect Ming Dong's group from the battlefield. In the end, they landed on a mountain peak 10 kilometers away. As for Ming Dong and Du Gufeng, their gazes landed on Jettai's barrier, their faces filled with shock. A barrier? It's actually a barrier. Why, you're actually a saint ruler. Ming Dong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Du Gufeng, who was standing beside him, didn't cry out like he did, but the way he looked at Jettai had changed drastically. There was more respect and fear in his eyes. Jettai glanced at Ming Dong and did not say anything. He then turned his head and focused on the battle in front of him. Seeing Ming Dong's shocked expression, Newbies curled his lips in disdain. He said, "Isn't he just a saint ruler? What's there to be surprised about?" However, Ming Dong did not hear the disdain in Newbie's words. All of his attention was focused on Jettai. He knew that Jettai was a supreme existence who could contend with a saint ruler from the Dragon Tiger sect. "Senior, please go save Jianshan. The saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect has been in this realm for many years. Jianshan is not his opponent at all. Only you can deal with him now." Ming Dong's voice was filled with anxiety. In his mind, Jianshan was only a Heaven Saint Master. He was like an ant before a saint ruler. Ming Dong did not believe that Jianshan had become a saint ruler in just a few months. His concern had caused him to lose focus. Now that Jianshan had begun fighting with the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect, the violent ripples of energy obscured the view in the sky. Ming Dong could not see what was going on inside, so he obviously believed that Jianshan was in an extremely dangerous situation. "Senior, I beg you. Please save my brother." Bai Lian was already in tears. Her heart was in her throat. Although she knew that her brother was very powerful, she also knew just how terrifying a saint ruler was. They were not existences that Heaven Saint Masters could contend against. "Senior," with Jettai's strength exposed, everyone began to beg as if they were grasping at straws. Their excessive worry for Jianshan had caused them to lose their quick thinking. They did not believe that Jianshan had the ability to contend against a saint ruler, and the terrifying ripples of energy from before had scared them silly. They all believed that it was caused by the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect, and that Jianshan was probably done for. Jettai originally did not want to pay attention to the people around Jianshan when he saw how worried they were. However, when he thought about their relationship with Jianshan, he could only explain, "You don't need to worry. Although the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect is at the 4th heavenly layer, Jianshan can still deal with him with his own strength. He'll be fine." Ming Dong and the others were stunned by what Jettai had said. Jianshan could actually deal with a 4th heavenly layer saint ruler with his own strength. They could not believe their ears. Boom! However, before they could think any further, another violent explosion came from the front. The surging ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing the sky to change color. The power was truly destructive. The mountains in a radius of dozens of miles shook violently as the ground cracked. In front of them, the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect rapidly retreated. His expression had become extremely solemn. His right arm trembled slightly and hung limply. He had clashed head-on with Jianshan twice, and the chaotic force hidden in Jianshan's fist had caused great damage to his arm. If he had not reached the 4th heavenly layer, he would have been much stronger than Jettai. The bones in his right arm would have been broken long ago. Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect, where did your arrogance go? Didn't you say you would kill me? How come you haven't even injured me? Don't tell me you can't even deal with a junior like me? Jianshan yelled at the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect. However, he did not stop there. He used the illusory flash and appeared before the Saint Ruler at an unbelievable speed. He threw another punch at the Saint Ruler with shocking power. The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect paled. Jianshan's words made him feel extremely humiliated. He could not find a way out of this embarrassing situation. The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Saint Force surged into his right arm, and his trembling right arm immediately returned to normal. Then, a fiery red curved blade appeared in his hand. He slashed at Jianshan's fist with lightning speed. Wherever the curved blade passed, small cracks appeared in space. In just 2 short exchanges, the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect was forced to use his Saint Weapon, which he had not used for a long time, by Jianshan. Jianshan was not afraid at all. He directly used his fist to block the Saint Ruler's Saint Weapon. When the fist and the Saint Weapon collided, the Saint Weapon was directly repelled by Jianshan's punch. A deep wound appeared on Jianshan's fist, and fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood suddenly stopped flowing. The wound that appeared on Jianshan's fist actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the wound was completely healed. Not even a trace of it was left behind. How is this possible? Witnessing this unbelievable scene with his own eyes, the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect was stunned. The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect was completely stunned. His eyes were wide open and he was extremely shocked. He had used his Saint Weapon to attack, but it had only left an insignificant wound on Jianshan's fist. Moreover, the wound had automatically healed. Anyone would be incomparably shocked by this unbelievable scene. Impossible, this is impossible. The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect did not dare to accept this terrifying scene. Then, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Jianshan with the help of spatial force. Once again, he slashed at Jianshan with an even greater force. This slash was supported by spatial force. The speed of the slash was so fast that it was tongue-tied. Moreover, it was impossible to dodge. Jianshan did not have time to react. After all, this was a domain that involved the mysteries of heaven and earth. The slash followed a mysterious trajectory as it slashed across Jianshan's waist, causing blood to spurt out. The power of this slash was even greater. Although it did not cut Jianshan in half as the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect had expected, it still inflicted heavy injuries on Jianshan. Moreover, a sharp blade qi drilled into Jianshan's body, attempting to destroy Jianshan's internal organs from the inside. However, before it could do anything, it was assimilated by the chaotic force that spread throughout Jianshan's body. Jetta Tai, newbies, let's do it together, Jianshan yelled. He planned on the 3 of them working together to deal with the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect. This was because he knew that the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect was stronger than Jetta Tai. He could not even injure Jetta Tai, let alone the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect. All of this was because he was not in the same domain as the Saint Ruler. The mysteries of heaven and earth could not be ignored. Although his comprehension of the illusory flash had improved, it was still far from enough to deal with the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect. In the distance, Jetta Tai and newbies rushed over at the same time. They worked together with Jianshan to deal with the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect. You actually have 2 more Saint Rulers. The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger Sect's face changed drastically. Although he was a 4th Heavenly Layer Saint Ruler, dealing with 2 true Saint Rulers and a Heaven Saint Master with the battle prowess of a Saint Ruler was extremely stressful for him. As soon as the 2 sides clashed, he was completely suppressed and could only fight back passively. The battle between the four peerless experts in the sky was extremely intense. It was so intense that the heavens and earth cracked and the sun and moon dimmed. They fought from a few hundred meters up to 10,000 meters in the sky. The huge commotion spread over 1,000 kilometers and many experts sensed it. The saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect was ultimately unable to fight against four. After fighting with Jianshan and the other two for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he was already heavily injured. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his face was extremely pale. He was no longer as courageous as before. Today I will kill a saint ruler. You will remain here forever. Jianshan yelled as he punched the saint ruler's back with chaotic force. The saint ruler immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Jianshan's punch was even stronger than the attack of a regular saint ruler. It was not easy to endure. Chapter 644. Ha ha ha, saint slaying? That's right. Today we'll slay a saint ruler. Newbies laughed loudly as he pierced the Dragon Tiger sect's saint ruler's chest, tearing off a large piece of flesh. The Dragon Tiger sect's saint ruler groaned in pain. Slaying a saint? You don't have the ability to do that. The Dragon Tiger sect's saint ruler roared with a ferocious expression. His figure flashed and disappeared from the sight of Jianshan and the others. He had already used the power of space to escape the encirclement of the three and appeared 100 meters away. He was now in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled and his face was pale. His white robes had been stained red by the saint ruler's blood. He had long lost his previous elegance. Jianshan used the illusory flash and charged at the Dragon Tiger sect's saint ruler 100 meters away. He did not give the saint ruler any time to catch his breath. Behind him, Newbies and Jetta Tai also surrounded the Dragon Tiger sect's saint ruler. The Dragon Tiger sect's saint ruler glared venomously at Jianshan. He gritted his teeth and said, Jianshan, old man will remember what happened today. There will be plenty of time in the future. Old man will come looking for you very soon. After saying that, the Dragon Tiger sect's saint ruler ignored the experts from the other sections. His figure flashed and he turned into a streak of light, escaping into the distance at an unbelievable speed. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing the Dragon Tiger sect's saint ruler disappear without a trace, Jianshan sighed regretfully and said, He actually escaped. What a pity. Today should have been the best chance to kill him. The golden-robed Newbies stood beside Jianshan and gazed in the direction the Dragon Tiger sect's saint ruler had disappeared. He said, How can a saint ruler be killed so easily? Unless you can suppress him with absolute strength, no one can stop him if he wants to escape. At the same time, he's already at the fourth heavenly layer, one heavenly layer higher than the two of us. His comprehension of the mysteries of space is deeper than ours. We can't catch up to him even if we want to. Jianshan stared deeply at Newbies. As a golden-striped silver snake of ancient times, Newbies' battle prowess was not something that could be defeated by others of the same level. He could even challenge opponents of higher levels. As a golden-striped silver snake, he was most famous for his venom, which was one of the top 3 venomous creatures on the Tianyuan continent. Although Newbies had heavily injured the Dragon Tiger sect's saint ruler, he had not used his venom at all. Even the strength he had displayed was very ordinary, almost on par with Jetta Tai. Clearly, he had not used his full strength. Jianshan was extremely dissatisfied with this, but he did not say anything about it. Saint rulers are indeed difficult to kill. If they want to flee, it'll be very difficult to hunt them down. They can travel 1,000 kilometers in a single instance. If you don't leave behind an imprint on them, they'll vanish from your senses in the blink of an eye. You won't be able to find them. However, they'll have to pay a certain price for that, Jetta Tai added as well. He agreed with Newbies. Jianshan frowned slightly and said, Then how can I kill him? The two of them fell silent for a while before Jetta Tai finally spoke. if you want to kill a saint ruler of the 4th heavenly layer, unless you have mastered a legendary saint tier battle skill, I'm afraid only a saint ruler of the 7th heavenly layer and above can kill him. This is because a saint ruler of the 4th heavenly layer will find it very difficult to escape from a saint ruler of the 7th heavenly layer. They might not even have the ability to escape. Looks like it won't be easy to kill the saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect, Jianshan softly murmured. According to his original plan, he wanted to kill the saint ruler of the dragon tiger sect on the spot. Unfortunately, he did not manage to do so in the end. In the distance, the heaven saint masters of the dragon tiger sect all paled in fright when they saw that their old sect master had been defeated. They did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly turned around to flee. Jianshan sensed their movements and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He growled, "Since you've come, I can't let you go so easily." Jianshan directly struck out with his palm, and a vast amount of energy surged toward the heaven saint masters of the dragon tiger sect. The energy compressed the space around them and froze them. The heaven saint masters of the dragon tiger sect were forcefully frozen in the air. Boom! The shock wave of energy directly struck them and sent them flying. Over a dozen of them died on the spot and fell from the sky powerlessly. In the end, only the 6th cycle of Heaven Saint Master, the 5th cycle of Heaven Saint Master, and an old man managed to survive. However, they were heavily injured and could no longer remain airborne. "Let's go." The sect master of the Dragon Tiger sect, Chris, let out a hoarse roar. He used all his strength to control the energy of the world to stabilize himself before fleeing with the other 2 experts who managed to survive. Jianshan did not kill the 3 of them. With his current level of experience, he could not be bothered to deal with a second Heaven Saint Master. "Let's go back." Jianshan called out and brought Jetta Tai and newbies back to Ming Dong's group. "Jianshan, it's only been a few months since we last met. Have you already broken through the Heaven Saint Master realm and entered the Saint Ruler realm? Brother, you're injured. Is it serious?" Jianshan's group immediately surrounded him and began to talk. All of their faces were filled with unconcealable excitement. They felt joy from the bottom of their hearts when they learned that Jianshan had broken through. In the distance, the Heaven Saint Masters of the Flame Mercenaries all gathered around as well. They all stared at Jianshan, who was much younger than them, with mixed feelings. The battle between Jianshan and the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect had deeply shocked them. It had only been a short while since they last met, yet Jianshan had already broken through to the Saint Ruler realm. This was a goal that they all yearned for, yet it had actually been reached by Jianshan so easily. At that moment, the Heaven Saint Masters all looked at Jianshan with unconcealable envy, as well as some jealousy and respect. The difference between a Saint Ruler and a Heaven Saint Master was like a chasm. The current Jianshan was enough for the Heaven Saint Masters to respect him. However, what they did not know was that Jianshan was still a Heaven Saint Master. He had not truly become a Saint Ruler. The strength of Jianshan, Jitatai, and newbies had been completely exposed to the experts of the Flame Mercenaries after the battle. With the 3 Saint Rulers present, the upper echelon of the Flame Mercenaries became much more confident. The mental pressure they had felt from the news of the tungsten alloy mine had completely vanished. After personally witnessing Jianshan's group of 3 repel the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect and seeing Jianshan kill over a dozen Heaven Saint Masters from the Dragon Tiger sect with a single palm strike, all of them realized that the Flame Mercenaries now possessed the ability to look down on the Tian Yuan continent. With the talent Jianshan had displayed, they dared not imagine just what level of strength he would reach if he was given some more time. After successfully repelling the Dragon Tiger sect, Jianshan's group did not stay any longer. They directly returned to the Imperial Palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. The upper echelon of the Flame Mercenaries had all gathered in the discussion hall of the Imperial Palace to discuss important matters. Since the tungsten alloy mine has already been exposed, There's no need for us to be secretive like before. Let's just mine as much as we can. We need to obtain as much tungsten alloy as possible. I'm afraid that some unforeseen events will happen in the future, Jianshan sternly said as he sat at the head of the table. Although the flame mercenaries were no longer weaker than the Shi family, tungsten alloy ore was just too precious on the Tianyuan continent. Moreover, it was a large mine, so he really was worried that they would provoke an enemy even more powerful than the Dragon Tiger sect. We're already mining as much as we can, but the tungsten alloy ore is very tough. It's very difficult to mine it, so our progress has always been very slow. We've only mined a small portion of it right now, and we've even hired the best smiths to forge it. We'll do our best to create a batch of extremely tough armor for the members of the Flame Mercenaries as soon as possible, Yu said. Jianshan nodded in satisfaction. The tungsten alloy mine takes up a very large area. We can hire a few more people to mine it from different locations. This matter cannot be delayed. We need to deal with it immediately. Just as Jianshan's group gathered in the discussion hall to discuss the tungsten alloy mine and the subsequent matters, the great disturbance caused by the battle between the three of them and the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect had caused an uproar. The energy of the world violently pulsed in a radius of 10,000 kilometers, allowing all the Heaven Saint Masters to clearly sense it. It shocked all of them. A battle between saint rulers was just far too rare on the Tianyuan continent. This was because experts like them basically all cultivated in seclusion. They rarely ventured out, let alone a great battle. The matter this time attracted the attention of all the experts in a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Many Heaven Saint Masters gathered at the location of the battle from all directions and used various methods to ask the members of the Flame Mercenaries for more details. They learned very quickly that the captain of the Flame Mercenaries was already a saint ruler and that there were two other saint rulers personally overseeing the battle. This news greatly shocked everyone. They were deeply shocked by the strength of the Flame Mercenaries. Thousands of miles away, in a pitch-black cave, the holy ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect was sitting cross-legged in a pool of blood, recuperating from his injuries. After taking a few level 6 light divine pills, he had finally recovered by more than half. Chapter 645. The saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect rested in the secret cave for 7 days. He only left after his wounds had completely healed. His figure turned into a blurry afterimage, as if he had become one with the space around him. He silently left with an unbelievable speed. Half a day later, the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect appeared 10,000 kilometers away. In the end, he entered the depths of a primitive mountain range. In the depths of this primitive mountain range, in an area where no one had set foot in, there was a villa that very few people knew about. It was dead silent in the villa, and not a single sound could be heard. Not a single person could be seen for a long time, but the ground was clean and spotless. The saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect descended from the sky. He hovered 10 meters above the ground and said, "The Dragon Tiger sect has come to visit the Sai Villa." The saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect's voice was very gentle, but it seemed to be filled with endless magic. It reverberated in every corner of the villa. Not many people in the outside world knew about the Sai Villa because it was a reclusive sect. They cultivated in seclusion deep in the mountains all year round. They almost never stepped out. For thousands of years, they had never interfered with the matters of the outside world. Only when they were recruiting disciples would the people of the Sai Villa go out and look for suitable people with good talent to accept into the sect and continue the sect's legacy. Only a few large powers and sects on the Tianyuan continent knew about the existence of the Sai Villa, and the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect was one of them. "It's a pleasure to have a friend from afar. Siduqing, you haven't come to my place for nearly 100 years. Hurry up and come in. It's time for the two of us to catch up." The villa was still very calm, but a vigorous and powerful voice came from inside. The saint king of the Dragon Tiger sect laughed loudly and flew into the air. Finally, he stopped in front of the majestic hall in the middle of the villa. A middle-aged man in a black robe was already waiting in front of the hall. "Senior, my master is already waiting inside. Please come in," the middle-aged man said to the saint ruler in a low voice. He was very respectful. The middle-aged man was only a heaven saint master, so he was nothing in the eyes of a saint ruler. The saint ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger did not even glance at him as he walked in with his head held high. This was a very simple hall. The walls made of wooden planks had been there for an unknown number of years. They were simple and old, leaving behind traces of time. It looked like a poor farmhouse. In the middle of the hall there was a very old round wooden table. An old man in sackcloth was sitting there, leisurely drinking tea. The fragrance of the tea permeated the entire hall. Just a whiff of it would make one feel relaxed and happy. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary tea. The fragrance of the tea seemed to be the only precious thing here. The Saint King of the Dragon and Tiger sect walked in and sat down across from the old man. He looked at the old man who was slowly sipping his tea and said, "You really know how to enjoy life. I haven't seen you for so many years and you're still the same. I've always been like this. I don't touch the dust, I don't touch the dirt. I live the life I want to live. I stay away from worldly affairs and only pursue the peak in my heart." The old man chuckled. The saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect stared at the old man for a short while before sighing, "I can't see through you at all. Your strength has far surpassed mine. Only by letting go of your body and mind can you surpass yourself and break through the barriers and shackles of the world. Siduching, 100 years have already passed and your strength is still at the same level as before. In my opinion, you should just become a hermit in the Dragon and Tiger sect and ignore the matters of the outside world. Who cares about who lives and who dies, who wins and who loses? None of this has anything to do with you. What's the difference between your half-addicted state and entering the world?" the old man said calmly. After a moment of silence, the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect said, "Let's talk about this in the future. Guqiu, actually, I wouldn't have come here for no reason. I have come this time because I have a request." The old man slowly drank all the tea in his cup and gently placed the empty cup on the table. He said, "I know. I can already tell that you were injured recently. You must have caused trouble outside again." The saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect nodded. His eyes suddenly became cold and he said, "Guqiu, I hope you can help me this time because my enemy is just too terrifying. I can't give him any more time, or I won't be able to escape death in the future." Sigh. The old man sighed deeply and said, "Siduching, your resentment is too heavy. It won't be good for you if this continues. If you can resolve this matter, then resolve it. There's no need to fight to the death." The Saint King of the Dragon Tiger sect, Siduching, shook his head and said, "Impossible. The enemy is a cruel and merciless person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. His hatred for me is deep and cannot be resolved. Only one of us can survive." Siduching paused. She gritted her teeth and said, "And with my status, I can't just lose face by asking a junior to resolve the matter, let alone whether he agrees or not. Siduching, you know me. Even though we have a deep friendship, I won't help you kill." The old man in linen robes sighed. "I know. Guqiu, I don't want you to help me kill. There are a total of 3 saint rulers, and the strongest is only at the 3rd heavenly layer. You just need to stop 2 of them for me," Siduching said with some pleading in her voice. After a moment of hesitation, the old man said, "All right. Siduching, I'll help you this time because of our friendship. However, this is a private matter between the 2 of us. It has nothing to do with the Sai manor, and I won't help you kill anyone." After agreeing on a time with the old man, Siduching left the Sai manor and hurried off in another direction. After several hours of traveling, she finally arrived in an extremely well-hidden cave. Inside the cave there was a burning torch. The dancing flames illuminated and dispelled the darkness inside. In front of the fire, there was an old man in green clothes sitting cross-legged on a huge rock with his eyes closed. He seemed to have entered a deep level of cultivation and did not notice that an outsider had intruded at all. Situ Ching did not suppress his footstep. He walked into the cave step by step. Looking at the elder sitting cross-legged on the huge rock, he said, "Bihai, 30 years have passed. How are your injuries?" "I recovered over 20 years ago." "Situ Ching, speak. Why have you come looking for me?" the azure-robed old man on the boulder said. His voice was extremely flat. "Bihai, I've come looking for you this time because I hope you can help me with something," said Situ Ching. "Over 30 years ago you saved my life. At that time I said that I, Bihai, owed you a favor and could help you do anything within my power unconditionally. This time, you want to use this favor to make me do things for you?" The azure-robed old man still had his eyes closed. He didn't even look at Situ Ching. Situ Ching hesitated. It was not easy to get the old man to owe her a favor. She wondered if it was worth it to use this favor to deal with Jianchen. Whatever. Jianchen's talent is just too terrifying. I need to get rid of him at all costs. I can't waste any more time. A sliver of viciousness flashed through Situ Ching's eyes when she thought up to there. She gritted her teeth. "All right. Bihai, I'll use the favor you owe me to deal with someone. What's the opponent's strength? When do you want to do it?" the old man asked indifferently. "He's just a junior. With your strength, it's easy to kill him. The sooner the better." "It's best if you go now," said Situ Ching. "If that's the case, let's go." The old man finally opened his eyes. His body quietly floated to the ground. "Bihai, after this matter, why don't you come to our dragon-tiger sect?" Situ Ching looked at the old man with some hope. The green-robed elder shook his head and replied expressionlessly, "My enemy is very powerful. Even I am unable to deal with him, much less your sect of dragon and tiger. Aren't you afraid that this will bring a calamity upon your sect of dragon and tiger?" Situ Ching's expression changed slightly when she heard this. She immediately stopped talking. Although she really wanted to rope in such an expert, the latter's enemy made her extremely wary. She did not dare to take the risk. Jianchen, newbies, and Jetta Tai had remained in the Flame Mercenaries for the past few days. On one hand, it was to prevent the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect from attacking again. On the other hand, it was to act as a great deterrent to the other large clans and organizations, preventing them from causing trouble for the Flame Mercenaries while they mined the tungsten alloy. Chapter 646. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Ever since the Saint Ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger had been defeated, the situation had become much calmer. However, one thing worth mentioning was that ever since the news of the 3 Saint Rulers had spread, many mercenaries of various sizes in the vicinity all begged to join the Flame Mercenaries of their own accord, willingly becoming a part of the mercenaries. Jianchen only accepted a portion of the elites to join the Flame Mercenaries after a series of strict discussions with everyone. He wanted to expand the strength of the group. The current Flame Mercenaries were no longer as easy to join as they had been in the past. Those who succeeded in joining the Flame Mercenaries were naturally overjoyed. To them, being able to join the Flame Mercenaries and become a part of the Flame Mercenaries was an extremely great honor, as well as a symbol of status. It made them feel extremely proud. The mercenaries who failed to join the Flame Mercenaries were obviously dejected, but they did not give up on joining the Flame Mercenaries. All of them made up their minds that they would work even harder on their cultivation so that they could reach the requirements to join the Flame Mercenaries as soon as possible. The Flame Mercenaries grew stronger almost every day. There were even quite a few Earth Saint Masters who were willing to join because of their fame. There were even 3 Heaven Saint Masters who had joined. For a moment, the strength of the Flame Mercenaries rapidly increased as well. All of this was because the 3 Saint Rulers had suddenly appeared in the Flame Mercenaries. Not only did experts like them provide a great deterrence, but they were also invincible. Even though they were not truly invincible, they were invincible in the eyes of the regular mercenaries at the very least. At noon, Jianchen arrived in a resplendent room. This was his temporary residence. It was the residence of the former king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, and it was the most luxurious room in the imperial palace. Jianchen sat before a table in the room as he explained some matters and experiences regarding cultivation to Bai Lian. He pointed out a clear path for his sister so that she would not have to take any detours in the future. At this moment, a guard walked in from outside and respectfully reported to Jianchen, reporting to Commander, Alchemist Hiyun requests an audience. Jianchen's heart moved and he said, "Let him in." "Yes, Captain." That guard lightly retreated and quickly brought Alchemist Hiyun in. At this moment, Hiyun's expression was haggard, completely different from the energetic appearance he had a few days ago. In order to complete the task Jianchen gave him as soon as possible, Hiyun had worked tirelessly these past few days. Finally, he had succeeded in refining the 10,000-year-old heavenly treasure today. At this moment, he was completely exhausted. Reporting to Lord Commander, this crane was fortunate enough to not fail the mission. I have already successfully neutralized the medicinal power of the earth core fruit and refined 2 pills. Hiyun bowed towards Jianchen. His voice was filled with respect before carefully handing a wooden box to Jianchen. Jianchen received the wooden box and directly opened it. He saw 2 white jade bottles lying quietly on the ground. Jianchen gently picked up one of the jade bottles and opened the cap. Immediately, a thick fragrance filled the room. Just a whiff of it would make one feel refreshed. Sensing the powerful yet gentle energy within the pill, Jianchen nodded in satisfaction. He said, "Master Hiyun, it's really been hard on you these past 2 days. You've helped me so much, so I, Jianchen, will definitely not treat you unfairly. May I know what Master Hiyun wants? I, Jianchen, will definitely do my best to satisfy you." Hiyun hesitated for a while before bowing. "Sir Commander, I don't have any other requests. I just hope that my family can be protected here." Jianchen chuckled. How can such a small matter offset Master Hiyun's contributions? Master Hiyun, my flame mercenaries has reached a certain scale now. The members of the group often fight outside, so injuries are unavoidable. I just happen to be thinking of establishing an alchemy hall that will specifically provide healing pills for my flame mercenaries. May I know if Master Hiyun is interested in taking up the position of Hall Master? From now on, all the alchemy will be under Master Hiyun's control. A sliver of joy flashed through Hiyun's eyes when he heard that. He said, "Since you think so highly of me, I will definitely do my best and offer up my strength for the flame mercenaries until my death." Hiyun understood just how powerful the flame mercenaries were now. Once he became the hall master of the alchemy hall, his status in the flame mercenaries would be quite high. That way, he would have more power to protect his family. To him, this was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. "Master Hiyun, immediately gather the alchemists when you return. I'll leave the matters of the alchemy hall to you in the future. All you need to do is provide enough healing pills for my flame mercenaries. As for the alchemy hall, I'll personally announce its existence in 2 days," said Jianchen. "I'll do as you say, Commander," Hiyun replied politely. Just when Jianchen wanted to dismiss Master Hiyun, a thought suddenly flashed through his head. He asked, "Master Hiyun, do you know the exact method to refine radiant spirit pills?" Hiyun pondered for a moment before replying, "Commander, although refining radiant spirit pills isn't difficult, it requires the assistance of radiant saint masters. Moreover, there's not a lot of production. Do you plan on refining radiant spirit pills?" "That's right. That's exactly what I was thinking. Master Hiyun, may I ask what the process is?" Jianchen asked. He had experienced the effects of radiant spirit pills very well. He had wanted to refine radiant spirit pills more than once in the past, but he had never found the method or the alchemist. Today, he finally had the opportunity to complete his long-held wish. He-Yun said, "Commander, the method to refine radiant spirit pills isn't difficult. It can be described as extremely simple. It only requires a few special ingredients to refine the pills, and then a Radiant Saint Master can pour Radiant Saint Force into them. The pills will naturally seal up the Radiant Saint Force within them, preventing it from dissipating. However, pouring Radiant Saint Force into the pills is equivalent to stabbing your finger into a tough rock. It's not that easy. Many Radiant Saint Masters can't do that, so that's the most difficult aspect of refining Radiant Spirit Pills." Chapter 647. Yes, Captain. I'll immediately gather the ingredients to refine the Radiant Spirit Pill once we return, He-Yun replied before withdrawing under Jianshan's signal. With He-Yun's departure, only Jianshan and Bai Lian remained in the resplendent room. Jianshan's eyes landed on the 2 jade bottles in the wooden box on the table. He could not hide his excitement. With this pill, his sister's constitution would change as well. She would have an excellent physique for cultivation. From then on, she would not encounter too many obstacles on her path of cultivation. Lien swallow it quickly. From now on, you won't have to worry about your strength remaining stagnant. Jianshan handed one of the jade bottles to Bai Lian. Bai Lian's emotions became extremely mixed at that moment when she smelled the dense fragrance from the bottle. This was a pill refined from a 10,000-year-old heavenly resource. She had never even seen a 1,000-year-old heavenly resource in her life, let alone a 10,000-year-old one. Back when she was the young mistress of the Yun family, 1,000-year-old heavenly resources were unattainable treasures to her. But now she was actually able to personally enjoy a 10,000-year-old heavenly resource that was 1,000 times more precious than a 1,000-year-old heavenly resource. This caused her emotions to become extremely complicated. At the same time, the warmth of being cared for and protected filled her entire heart. "Brother, thank you. You're the person who treats me the best in this world aside from Mother." Tears flickered in Bai Lian's eyes as 2 crystalline tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Jianshan chuckled. He extended his right hand and gently wiped away Bai Lian's tears. "Silly girl, you're my only sister. Of course I'll protect you well. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Swallow this pill quickly, or it'll lose its effects if you drag it on for too long." Jianshan poured the pill into his hand and personally fed it to Bai Lian. The pill slid down Bai Lian's throat and into her stomach. A gentle energy immediately surged out from the pill, filling her entire body very soon. Bai Lian closed her eyes instinctively and used the method that Jianshan had taught her to silently guide the energy through her body. At the same time, Jianshan closed his eyes as well. He sent his powerful consciousness into Bai Lian's body to assist her in refining the energy from the pill. The Earth Core Fruit was a 10,000-year-old heavenly resource. The amount of energy it possessed was unimaginable, yet it was only enough to refine 2 pills. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how powerful each pill was. If a normal person were to refine the pill, it would take them several days or even a dozen days at the very least. However, with the assistance of Jianshan's powerful consciousness, Bai Lian only used half a day to completely absorb the energy from the pill. After absorbing all the energy from the pills, Bai Lian's physique underwent an earth-shattering change. He had gone from a mediocre physique to a physique that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. His talent for cultivation was even greater than geniuses like Dugu Feng and Huang Luan. After all, her physique had been refined from a 10,000-year-old heavenly resource. It was a treasure that even saint rulers would drool over. Its effects were so great that a 1,000-year-old heavenly resource could not compare to it. Not only had the pill changed Bai Lian's physique, but it had also allowed her strength to skyrocket. In just half a day, not only had she successfully condensed a saint weapon, but she had also broken through to the level of a high-level Saint Master. She was only a step away from becoming a great Saint Master. A 10,000-year-old heavenly treasure indeed had the ability to change one's physique and greatly increase one's strength. However, to be willing to use such a treasure just to change one's physique, even a great country like the Qin Huang Kingdom would not be willing to do so. This was because a 10,000-year-old heavenly treasure was extremely difficult to obtain. Using it on an ordinary person was simply a waste of heavenly treasure. Not many people in the world would be willing to do so. Brother, I've already become a Saint Master. It's just unbelievable. It's only been half a day, yet I've already broken through to Saint Master and Great Saint Master. Bai Lian became extremely excited as she sensed the powerful saint force within her. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would be able to grasp such great strength. The strength of a high-level Saint Master was already enough for Bai Lian. Jianchen also smiled happily when he saw how excited Bai Lian was. He said, "Lian, you should quickly familiarize yourself with your sudden increase in strength. You need to become proficient in using this energy as soon as possible." Since Bai Lian had consumed a 10,000-year-old heavenly resource, she did not have any drawback. Instead, her foundation was extremely firm. Afterwards, Jianchen explained a few more things to Bai Lian about the convenience of using energy before leaving Bai Lian to familiarize herself with the usage of Saint Force. Although she was already a high-level Saint Master, her strength had increased too quickly, so she was unable to use Saint Force as easily as an extension of her body. She still needed time to familiarize herself with it. Jianchen walked out of his residence and looked at the sky that had already darkened. Only then did he realize that an entire day had already passed. Within the imperial palace, groups of armored guards patrolled everywhere. These guards were all elites selected from the flame mercenaries, so all of them possessed some strength. At this moment the alchemist, He Yun, hurried over from afar. He carried a small wooden box as he arrived beside Jianchen in exhaustion. He said, "Captain, I've already refined a batch of radiant spirit pills according to your orders. They're all in here." He Yun passed the wooden box to Jianchen. Jianchen accepted the wooden box and opened it. He saw that it was filled with palm-sized jade bottles that were neatly arranged. Every single bottle contained quite a few brown-colored pills. They were very different from the snow-white radiant spirit pills in terms of color. "Master He Yun, are you saying that I can refine radiant spirit pills as long as I channel radiant saint force into them?" Jianchen confirmed once again. "Correct. All you need to do is channel your radiant saint force into the pills. The outer shell of the pills will automatically seal the radiant saint force within, preventing it from leaking out," said He Yun. "Master He Yun, thank you for your hard work today. You should go and have a good rest." After bidding farewell to alchemist He Yun, Jianchen carried the wooden chest and returned to his own quarters with a sense of urgency. After instructing the maids to prevent anyone from disturbing him, he locked himself in an airtight room. The room had already been rearranged. Although there were still quite a few things from before, many of the items and decorations had been added recently, including the large, soft bed. Although Jianchen stayed in the residence of the original king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, many of the items that had the original owners sent had been replaced. After all, with Jianchen's current status, how could you and Bai Lian allow him to use the bed and items that the original owner had slept in? On the soft bed, a small white tiger the size of a kitten was sleeping soundly on the pillow. 2 days ago, it had swallowed more than 20,000 years old heaven and earth treasures. At this moment, it was trying its best to digest the medicinal effects. Jianchen sat in the center of the bed with a small wooden box in his arms. The tutor took out a palm-sized white jade bottle from the wooden box and opened the lid. He directly poured out all the pill shells inside. Slightly gray pills rolled out from the bottle. Under the control of Jianchen's mind, they all hovered in the air and did not fall to the ground. The pills were thumb-sized, and there just happened to be 30 of them in the jade bottle. Jianchen stared at the pills eagerly and excitedly. He struggled to remain calm. He knew that whether or not he could create radiant spirit pills would depend on this moment. Jianshan knew the value of radiant spirit pills very well. Without any exaggeration, they could be described as life-saving pills. If a person was heavily injured, ingesting a radiant spirit pill would temporarily stabilize their condition even if it could not completely heal them, preventing them from worsening. At the same time, if there were enough radiant spirit pills, they could even heal a person who was on the brink of death in an extremely short amount of time. There was no need to doubt their usefulness. However, the exorbitant price and rarity of radiant spirit pills prevented them from being popularized. As a result, radiant spirit pills had become extremely rare on the Tianyuan continent. Only a few peak experts or large clans would have some in stock, but there were not a lot of them. The main reason Jianshan wanted to create radiant spirit pills was because of his friends and family. If all of them had radiant spirit pills on them, he would not have to worry too much about them being injured by powerful enemies. Even if their lives were in danger when he was not around, the radiant spirit pills would be able to stabilize their condition in time. Jianshan quickly dismissed his thoughts and exhaled deeply, slowly calming himself down. Afterward, he closed his eyes and fused his mind with the world. He used his mind to connect with the radiant saint force in the surroundings, controlling it to quickly gather. Jianshan was now a 6th-class Radiant Saint Master, a high-level Radiant Saint Master on the Tianyuan continent. Basically, as soon as he began to think, a faint layer of milky white light gathered before his chest. The light rapidly intensified, becoming a dense, milky white light in just a few seconds. It dyed the gloomy room snow-white, as if it had become a world of snow. When the density of the Radiant Saint Force reached the limits of what Jianshan could control, he finally began to attempt to channel the Radiant Saint Force into the shell of the Radiant Spirit Pill. In the beginning, he did encounter some obstructions. He-Yun was right. Channeling a Radiant Saint Master into a shell was like using a finger to pierce a tough rock. It was not something an ordinary person could do. This was the most difficult aspect of creating the Radiant Spirit Pill, as well as the most crucial step. However, this difficulty posed no obstruction to Jianshan at all. With his abilities as a 6th-class Radiant Saint Master and the assistance of his powerful soul, he was naturally able to channel the Radiant Saint Force into the shell with ease. The Radiant Saint Force was constantly channeled into the shell under Jianshan's control. As the Radiant Saint Force seeped in, the grayish-brown shell began to turn white at a visible rate, turning into snow-white pills in the end. When the shell completely turned white, the amount of Radiant Saint Force it could hold seemed to have reached its limit. No matter how much effort Jianshan put into channeling more Radiant Saint Force into the shell, only a tiny amount of Radiant Saint Force remained locked in the shell. The excess would all leak out. Jianshan stopped gathering Radiant Saint Force. Without his control, the dense Radiant Saint Force that hovered before him rapidly dispersed. Very soon, the snow-white room became gloomy again. With a thought, the 30 Radiant Spirit Pills in the air all flew into Jianshan's hand. Looking at the finished Radiant Spirit Pills, Jianshan smiled happily. He knew that he had succeeded in creating the Radiant Spirit Pills. Chapter 648. Jianshan was extremely dissatisfied with the mere 3rd-grade Radiant Spirit Pill he had created. I wonder how I can make the pill shell contain even more Radiant Saint Force. Is it because the materials used to refine the pill shell are limited? Jianshan thought. He immediately stowed the Radiant Spirit Pill away in his space ring and left his residence. He found He-Yun, who was about to rest, under the lead of a guard. Since He-Yun had already become the hall master of the alchemy hall, he possessed a certain status in the mercenaries. As a result, Jianshan had specially arranged a residence for him in the imperial palace. However, when He-Yun saw that the captain of the mercenaries, a mighty saint ruler, had personally come to see him, he immediately became quite frightened. He immediately bowed in greeting. Although he possessed a certain status in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom due to his talent in alchemy, He had to treat even Heaven's Saint Masters politely back then, let alone a saint ruler that even Heaven's Saint Masters had to look up to. There's no need for that, Master He-Yun. I've come to disturb you this time because I have something important to ask you. Let's sit down and talk, Jian-Chen smiled gently. He seemed like an amiable person as he directly sat down at the table. Captain, you only need to send someone to report to me. I will hurry over as quickly as possible. There's no need for you to come personally. He-Yun bowed as he bowed. He-Yun hurriedly bowed, feeling extremely flattered. Afterward, he sat before Jian-Chen with a restrained expression. Even though Jian-Chen was only a junior who was much younger than him, he still felt extremely terrified when facing a saint ruler. This was because strength was everything on the Tian-Yuan continent. Master He-Yun, I've come to ask about the Radiant Spirit Pill. May I ask what the highest grade of Radiant Spirit Pill can be made from the shells you provided me? Jian-Chen asked. He-Yun pondered for a moment before replying, Captain, the pill shells I gave you before were only refined from normal medicinal ingredients. According to my estimations, they can only refine level 3 Radiant Spirit Pills at most. Due to the limitations of the medicinal ingredients, they can only seal the Radiant Saint Force required for level 3 Radiant Spirit Pills. If you want to refine higher level Radiant Spirit Pills, you'll need even more precious medicinal ingredients to refine the pill shells. Grandmaster He-Yun, then can you help me refine a batch of high-grade pill shells? At the very least, they have to be at the level of level 6 Radiant Divine Pills. Jian-Chen said. The quality of the Radiant Spirit Pills was the same as the level of Radiant Saint Masters. With his abilities as a 6th-class Radiant Saint Master, he could only refine 6th-class Radiant Spirit Pills at most. He-Yun muttered to himself for a while, then said, Sir Captain, he do indeed have the ability to refine a level 6 Radiant Divine Pills core shell, but the materials required are too precious. It must be 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Although the variety is not as precious as those heavenly treasures, the price is still not cheap. Grandmaster He-Yun, please give me a list of the materials you need. I'll immediately get people to collect them when I get back, said Jian-Chen. Afterwards, He-Yun immediately wrote down a list of materials required to refine a level 6 Radiant Divine Pills core shell before handing it to Jian-Chen. After receiving the list of materials, Jian-Chen did not continue to disturb He-Yun. He immediately left and got people to collect all the materials on the list as quickly as possible. Since this matter was personally ordered by Jian-Chen, the people below were extremely efficient. They only spent a day to collect all the materials. Although the materials were all 1,000-year-old, they were not particularly precious. They were rather common in some deep mountains and forests, which was why they were collected so smoothly. After collecting the materials, He-Yun, who had just recovered his energy, threw himself into the process of refining the pill again. This time, he spent 2 whole days to successfully refine the core shell. He refined a total of over 100 core shells before immediately handing them over to Jian-Chen. Jian-Chen did not delay at all after receiving the core shell of the level 6 Radiant Divine Pill. Taking advantage of the free time he had, he immediately threw himself into refining the level 6 Radiant Divine Pill. Refining a level 6 Radiant Divine Pill was much more difficult than refining a level 3 Radiant Divine Pill. At the same time, it took several times more time. Jian-Chen could refine 30 level 3 Radiant Divine Pills at once, but at this moment, he could only refine 3 level 6 Radiant Divine Pills at once. This was because the core shell of a level 6 Radiant Divine Pill was much tougher than a level 3 Radiant Divine Pill. Pouring Radiant Saint Force into it was not as easy as refining a level 3 Radiant Divine Pill. With Jian-Chen's current ability, he could only pour Radiant Saint Force into 3 core shells at once. After spending half a day, Jian-Chen finally succeeded in refining 3 level 6 Radiant Divine Pills. Looking at the 3 thumb-sized pills floating before him, Jianshan could not hide his joy. Jianshan had refined these radiant divine pills for the sake of his friends. Although he was a radiant saint master, he could not always be by their side. If they encountered danger when he was not around, the radiant divine pills would be able to save their lives. This made him feel much more at ease. I've used up a fifth of my soul to refine 3 radiant divine pills. I should be able to refine 15 radiant divine pills continuously with this amount of energy. Jianshan calculated inside before lowering his head to look at the several dozen shells in the wooden box to the side. He murmured, 3 radiant divine pills are nowhere near enough. I need to refine all the shells in here at the very least. With that, Jianshan controlled the 3 shells to hover in the air with his mind again. Using his abilities, he communicated with the radiant saint force in the surroundings and rapidly gathered it. He began the great undertaking of refining a large number of high-grade radiant divine pills. The next few days passed peacefully. Nothing happened at all. The tungsten alloy mine that the flame mercenaries had occupied continued to be mined in an orderly manner. They could refine a large amount of tungsten alloy every day, so the flame mercenaries' stockpile of tungsten alloy increased at an unbelievable rate. The mine that produced the tungsten alloy had become an important place of protection for the flame mercenaries. Basically, half of their forces were gathered there to silently guard it, preventing any accidents from happening. On the 3rd day after Jianshan began refining Class 6 Radiant Divine Pills, an extremely tremendous pressure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It flooded the surroundings, causing the weather to change. The gentle energy of the world suddenly became extremely violent as well. Chapter 649. Jianshan, you little brat, come out and die! An old and resonant voice rang out, reverberating between the heavens and the earth, reaching a radius of tens of kilometers. The powerful sound waves shook the walls of the palace, and some of the weaker people even had their eardrums bleeding. They covered their ears with their hands and rolled on the ground in pain, letting out miserable howls. Jianshan, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed refining the radiant spirit pills, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a resplendent light flashed, and the radiant saint force that had gathered in front of his chest quickly disappeared. They're finally here, and they've even brought along quite a few helpers. Jianshan murmured in a low voice. A strong killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he immediately put the 3 incomplete radiant spirit pills into a jade bottle. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the palace. Jianshan's body was wrapped in a thick layer of wind elemental energy, causing his body to emit a dense green light. His body was faintly discernible, adding to his mysterious aura. A powerful aura surged out from Jianshan's body, and he flew into the sky without any fear. His battle intent was high. At the same time, 2 more powerful auras came from the palace, filling up the entire area, causing the air to freeze. Several powerful auras that belonged to saint rulers intertwined in the sky, as if they were colliding violently. Countless people below could not help but clutch at their chests, feeling suffocated and uncomfortable. It was as if they could no longer breathe in the surrounding air. The white-robed Jedi and the golden-robed newbies flew out of the palace at the same time. The 2 of them seemed to have turned into streaks of light, following behind Jianshan as they shot into the sky. In a moment, Jianshan, newbies, and Jedi arrived at an altitude of several thousand meters. The 3 of them stood side by side, coldly looking at the other side. Opposite them, there were still 3 expressionless people floating in the air. One of them was a saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect, while the other 2 were old men in their 70s. Their eyes were as deep as the starry night sky, flickering with light. Of the 2, one of them was dressed in a blue robe. His white hair was unadorned, and he looked like an old man in dire straits. He stood with his hands behind his back, expressionlessly looking at Jianshan and the other 2. The other person was dressed in sackcloth. His expression was peaceful, without the slightest trace of murderous intent. His body naturally exuded an otherworldly aura, as if he was an otherworldly expert. However, he looked so ordinary. Coupled with his simple disguise, he looked more like an old farmer in the mountains. Jianshan's face gradually became stern. The three saint rulers made him feel extremely pressured. Just the saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect alone required the three of them to suppress him. Now that they had two more saint rulers, their strength had increased by several times. The situation was extremely disadvantageous for them. The saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect sneered when he saw Jianshan's stern face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Jianshan, old man said that he would return the humiliation he suffered back then many times over. Today is the day you die. Are you really confident that you can kill me?" Jianshan asked emotionlessly. He possessed the chaotic body, so he was confident that it would be very difficult for the saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect to kill him. "Jianshan, the situation is bad. I can't see through their strength at all. They're definitely more powerful than the saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect," Jetta Tai said to Jianshan secretly. He was extremely stern. Newbies clenched his fists. His slender, girlish fingers cracked as he clenched them. He also sternly replied, "Jianshan, it really is difficult to deal with this time. The enemy is just too strong. The old man in blue robes is at the 5th heavenly layer, while the old man in white robes is even stronger. He's already at the 6th heavenly layer." Newbies' strength was the same as Jetta Tai's, but he was an ancient beast, a golden-striped silver snake. He knew many unknown abilities, so he could clearly see the strength of the saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect. Jianshan's face changed again when he heard that. He stared at the two old men beside the saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect in shock. He had never thought that the saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect would have such powerful helpers. Jianshan was no longer as confident as before after learning the exact strength of the enemy. The difference in strength was so great that it was almost impossible to make up for it. The enemy only needed to send out a 5th heavenly layer saint ruler to easily keep Jetta Tai and Newbies busy. The remaining 6th heavenly layer saint ruler and the 4th heavenly layer saint ruler were not people that Jianshan could deal with. Jianshan placed his right hand behind his back, and a piece of white jade silently appeared in his hand. He immediately crushed it. "Jianshan, what do we do? We are no match for them at all," Jetta Tai said telepathically. He was rather uneasy. Newbies gritted his teeth and said, "I never thought that I would encounter such experts so soon after stepping into the human world. The human world really is full of hidden experts. Jianshan, I'll go stop the 6th heavenly layer saint ruler. I'll leave the other two to you." "Can you do it?" Jianshan asked worriedly. The difference between each heavenly layer in the saint ruler realm was extremely large. Newbies was only a 3rd heavenly layer saint ruler, so it would be suicide for him to stop a 6th heavenly layer saint ruler. "Aside from me, none of you are his opponent. Don't forget that I'm a magical beast. I'm stronger than humans of the same level, not to mention that I'm an ancient beast," Newbies said with a heavy voice. "If that's the case, leave the 5th heavenly layer saint ruler to me. Your body's defense may be abnormal, but you still haven't become a saint ruler. You haven't comprehended the mysteries of the world. You won't even be able to fight back against him. Leave the saint ruler of the sect of dragon and tiger to me," Jianshan said with a heavy voice. The chaotic Niden in his dantian constantly spat out strands of hazy chaotic force that spread throughout his body, pushing the advantages of the chaotic body to the limit. On the other side, Situ Qing also wanted to find a way to kill Jianshan and put an end to all future problems. He said, "Guqiu, please stop the other two. Bai Hai, come with me to kill Jianshan." Bai Hai frowned slightly with that. He said, "He can control the energy of the world to fly. He still hasn't comprehended the mysteries of the world and become a saint ruler. Isn't it a little overkill if we need the two of us to deal with a junior like him?" Bai Hai, don't underestimate him. This kid's talent is unprecedented and will surprise you. Let's not talk about this right now. Let's kill him together. If he doesn't die, there'll be endless trouble in the future, said the Saint Ruler of the Sect of Dragon and Tiger. The Saint Ruler of the Sect of Dragon and Tiger growled as he charged towards Jian Chen's group. Guqiu and Bai Hai were unwilling to fall behind. Hiss! Suddenly, a soul-piercing cry rang out. Newbies shone brightly with golden light, illuminating the surroundings. He had turned into a huge, golden snake in a single moment. The snake was only half a meter thick, which was nowhere near the size of a few low-level snake-type magical beasts. However, its length was astounding. It was actually 10,000 meters long. As it coiled in the sky, it seemed to envelop the entire region. It was extremely shocking. Moreover, gold and silver light flickered on its half-meter-thick body. This was a phenomenon that would only appear when golden-striped silver snake used its full strength. Newbies dared not hold back at all against a sixth heavenly layer Saint Ruler. He used his most powerful form right from the start. The sudden change shocked the three Saint Rulers of the Dragon-Tiger sect. All of them stared dumbfoundedly at the 10,000-meter-long giant golden snake that was circling in the sky. Their eyes were momentarily dazed. Demonic beast, he's actually a demonic beast. The Dragon-Tiger sect's Holy King Situ exclaimed in shock. That's an ancient magical beast, golden-striped silver snake. Its poison is unparalleled in the world. The linen-clothed old man Guqiu cried out in surprise. Soon after, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. An extremely rare sense of seriousness appeared on his calm expression. This was because the venom of a Class 7 silver striped golden snake was powerful enough to threaten a Saint Ruler expert. The blue-robed Bai Hai also frowned. He looked at newbies with a serious expression and said, "Has a magical beast escaped from the depths of the Cross Mountain Range?" At this moment, Newbies' 10,000-meter-long body trembled in the air, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Shortly after, his body turned into a streak of golden light and formed an airtight prison with unbelievable speed, trapping Guqiu within. Chapter 650. Newbies kept the strongest of the three enemies busy, while Jetta Tai did not want to fall behind. He fearlessly charged at the blue-robed Bai Hai and engaged in a fierce battle with Bai Hai. Bai Hai originally wanted to deal with Jianchen with the Saint Ruler of the Sect of Dragon and Tiger, Situ Qing. However, he was held back by Jetta Tai and had no choice but to fight. The Saint Ruler of the Sect of Dragon and Tiger was also fighting with Jianchen. As he knew how powerful Jianchen was, the Saint Ruler of the Sect of Dragon and Tiger did not dare to hold back. He went all out from the get-go, drawing his Saint weapon and attacking Jianchen with 120% of his strength. Every time he swung his Saint weapon, a small crack would appear in the space around him. The strength of each of his attacks had already exceeded the limits of what the space could withstand. Jianchen used chaotic force to cover every inch of his body, pushing its defenses to the limit. Even his skin under his clothes became slightly gray. At the same time, he used the illusory flash, constantly flickering through the air like a ghost. He used his body to take on the attacks from the Saint Ruler of the Sect of Dragon and Tiger. "Jianchen, you're dead for sure this time," the Saint Ruler of the Sect of Dragon and Tiger sneered. The curved blade in his hand was fiery red and gave off an intense heat that seemed to be able to evaporate the air. The temperature of the surroundings suddenly rose. Soon after, there was a flash of red light and the curved blade seemed to fuse with the space around it. The blade blurry cut through the air and slashed towards Jianchen's neck with unparalleled speed. The Saint Ruler of the Sect of Dragon and Tiger had used the mysteries of space for this attack. Jianchen, who had yet to reach this level, could not dodge at all. This was because no matter how he tried to dodge, the curved blade that had fused with the space around it would be able to track him down. "Ha!" Jianshan's eyes shone brightly as strands of chaotic force surged out from his chaotic Naiden. They quickly merged into his fists, and he swung them towards the incoming curved blade. Since he could not dodge, he could only take it head-on. The chaotic body was his greatest asset to look down on the Saint Ruler. Bang! With a loud boom, Jianshan's fists collided with the scimitar of the Dragon Tiger Sex Saint King. Immediately, a powerful shock wave erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. On Jianshan's fists, a hideous wound had appeared. Half of his fingers had been broken. If the power of this blade had been stronger, then Jianshan's 5 fingers would have been hard-pressed to protect. Jianshan's fingers were all injured. The excruciating pain caused his facial muscles to twitch slightly. However, under the effects of the chaotic body, the wounds on his fingers healed at a visible rate. In just a few seconds, a third of the wounds had healed while the bones in his fingers that had been severed healed automatically. Aside from bestowing great strength upon Jianshan, the fusion of chaotic force and chaotic body also granted him a monstrous rate of recovery. Even with the entire world in perspective, no one could match up to him. Jianshan, I'd like to see just how much longer you can last. The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect snarled. He was not surprised at all that Jianshan could block his full-powered attack with just his fist. He swung his Saint weapon again and attacked Jianshan as hard as he could. On the other side, Nubis used his 10,000-meter-long body to form an airtight cage, trapping Guqiu inside. No one could see what was happening inside. Bang! 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 Heavy thuds rang out from the cage one after another, like a beating heart. With each thud, Nubis's body would tremble violently. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out from Nubis's body. It was like a clap of thunder, and a tremendous sound wave reverberated in the surroundings, causing the earth to crack. The golden cage that Nubis had formed with his body was suddenly broken. His 10,000-meter-long body turned back into a rope that floated in the air like a golden ribbon. It shone with a dazzling golden light. As the prison was destroyed, the dark gray poisonous gas that had been trapped inside leaked out. The poisonous gas billowed, as if there was a dragon rolling inside. It quickly spread in all directions. Moreover, the poisonous gas infected the surrounding air, turning it into a poisonous gas that rapidly spread in all directions. The silver-striped golden snake's poison was extremely potent. Jeditai, the old man, and the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect all felt a faint dizziness when they breathed in a bit of the polluted air. Only Jianshan was unaffected. I never thought that the silver-striped golden snake's poison would be so potent. It really is just as the legends say, the blue-robed old man said in a deep voice. The blue-robed old man spoke in a deep voice. Immediately, the 3 experts immediately held their breaths and purposely avoided the poison fog that was continuously spreading. In the city below, many people had breathed in the poisonous air and fainted. In the blink of an eye, the bustling city had become a ghost town. The streets were filled with people who had fainted from the poison. Only those who had reached the Earth Saint Master level were able to support themselves. However, they also swayed and their footsteps were weak. It seemed like they would not be able to last much longer. In the Imperial Palace, Bai Lian and Yu Yu, who were not even Earth Saint Masters, were unconscious on the ground. The entire Imperial Palace was filled with people. Only over 100 Earth Saint Masters remained standing. All of them covered their noses with their hands. With Lu Man's knowledge, he obviously knew that this was caused by inhaling poison. However, Tai Ta was the exception among them. He stood there as if nothing had happened as he blankly stared at the surroundings. His condition was even better than the Heaven Saint Masters. It was as if the polluted air posed no threat to him at all. Blockhead, what are you standing there for? Quickly cover your nose and hold your breath. There's poison in the air. Ming Dong hurriedly said. He immediately took out an antidote from his space ring and swallowed it, but it had no effect at all. Tai Ta violently inhaled the air around him and softly murmured, "Is there really poison? Strange, why can't I feel anything at all?" Although he said that, Tai Ta copied Ming Dong and the others and covered his nose. In the sky, Nubes suddenly opened its tiny head. A boundless suction suddenly appeared, sucking all the poison into Nubes' mouth. In just a short while, the poison in the air had completely dispersed. As the poison dissipated, the old man in sackcloth, Guqiu, who had been wrapped in poison the entire time, was revealed. He was floating there with his eyes closed. His face had already turned from its previous rosy color to a dark gray color. He looked like he had been deeply poisoned. Moreover, there were strands of black smoke constantly rising from his body. As expected of an ancient beast that specializes in poison. Its poison is actually so tyrannical. It truly lives up to its name. I've finally seen it for myself today. Guqiu said with his eyes closed, using all his strength to purge the poison from his body. A scarlet light pulsed in Nubes' eyes as it stared at Guqiu. Its snake mouth opened and closed as it spoke. "Old man, how can the poison released by the great Nubes be so easy to purge? Although the great Nubes cannot kill you, I can still hold you back." With that, Nubes began to fight the old man again, preventing him from purging the poison from his body in a short amount of time. Jetta and the blue-robed old man were also engaged in an extremely intense battle. Every time the two of them clashed, the might of their attacks was extremely great. Jetta did not hold back in the slightest as he faced an expert who was 2 celestial layers stronger than him. His strength was already at its peak. Even though that was the case, his opponent still managed to deal with him easily. He did not feel any pressure at all because the difference between each heavenly layer of Saint Ruler was extremely great. It was very difficult to make up for it, unless he encountered an ancient beast like Nubes. The battle between Jianchen and the Saint King from the Dragon Tiger sect was also very intense. Every time the Saint King from the Dragon Tiger sect attacked, he borrowed the power of space to fuse with it. This made it impossible for Jianchen to dodge. After such a long battle, Jianchen had already lost count of how many times he had been injured. His blood had long since dyed his clothes red. Although he looked extremely pathetic, his battle prowess had not weakened at all. Instead, it had stirred up his manly blood, making him even more energetic. The Saint King from the Dragon Tiger sect grew more and more fearful of Jianchen's powerful body. He was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He was more tenacious than a mantis by 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. However, this only made the Saint King from the Dragon Tiger sect even more determined to kill Jianchen. Bai Hai, don't waste any more time on him. Hurry up and finish him off. Come help me. Let's work together to kill Jianchen. The Saint King from the Dragon Tiger sect could only ask for help from Bai Hai. He knew that if he wanted to kill Jianchen today, he would need the help of a 5th celestial layer Saint King. The blue-robed old man nodded slightly when he heard the Saint King's request for help. While he was fighting Jetta, he had also been paying attention to the battle between the Saint King and Jianchen. He was extremely shocked by Jianchen's abnormally powerful body. The blue-robed old man no longer stayed behind and used his full strength to deal with Jetta. The difference in strength between the two of them was just too great after all. After the blue-robed old man used his full strength, Jetta was struck in the chest by a palm strike after just a few exchanges. He fell from the sky, heavily injured. Without Jetta's interference, the blue-robed old man did not hesitate at all. He turned into a blur and arrived before Jianchen in an instant. Invisible world force quickly gathered in his hand and he gently struck at Jianchen's chest. Jianchen suddenly became extremely stern when he sensed the power contained in the palm strike. He could clearly feel the power of the palm strike. It was definitely several times more powerful than a full-powered attack from a Saint King. It was definitely not something his chaotic body could endure. Chapter 651. At this critical moment, the old ancestor of the Huang family had finally rushed over. A vast amount of pressure was being emitted from his body, dispersing the surrounding clouds. Even the flowing air seemed to have solidified. The blue-robed old man's hand that was about to strike Jianchen stopped an inch away from Jianchen's chest. He turned his head to look at the figure that was rapidly flying over and frowned slightly. God damn it, I never thought that Jianchen would have such a powerful reinforcement. The saint ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger cursed. The tremendous presence that the person radiated shocked him. He was definitely an expert who was even more powerful than him. His strength is similar to mine. He's also at the 5th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. Situqing, looks like only you can deal with Jianchen, the blue-robed old man said emotionlessly. The Saint Ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger nodded slightly. He also knew that only the blue-robed old man could deal with the expert that had arrived. I originally thought that Guqiu alone would be enough to keep the two of them busy, while Bai Hai and I could easily kill Jianchen if we worked together. I never thought that one of them would actually be a golden-striped silver snake of ancient times, keeping Guqiu busy all by himself. If I had known earlier that this brat had such a powerful helper, I would have invited more people over. I don't believe that those people from the Shi family can resist the temptation of tungsten alloy. The saint ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger was filled with regret. Jianchen's side had gained another 5th heavenly layer saint ruler, so it would be very difficult for them to kill Jianchen with their strength today. The ancestor of the Huang family fused with the space around him and used spatial force to travel. His speed was unbelievable. His voice was still far away when he spoke, but he had already arrived before Jianchen when he finished speaking. He directly sent a palm strike toward the blue-robed old man with the force of the world. The blue-robed old man remained calm and collected. He also sent a palm strike with the force of the world to receive the attack. Bang! The two palms collided. It was like a bomb had suddenly exploded, producing a deafening sound. The violent ripples of energy swept out in all directions as a gust of wind. The energy of the world in the surroundings became violent. Huang Tianba and the blue-robed old man were on par with each other in terms of strength. Their stalwart bodies were like pillars that supported the heavens as they floated steadily in the air. When the violent shock waves of energy hit them, they were actually unable to move their bodies at all. A while later, the violent ripples of energy finally dispersed. Huang Tianba stood in front of Jianchen like a huge stone tablet, separating Jianchen from the saint ruler and the blue-robed old man. He then turned his head to look at Jianchen. When he saw Jianchen's bloodied appearance, his face immediately sank. He asked in concern, "Brother Jianchen, are you all right?" Jianchen shook his head and bitterly smiled. "Fortunately, Senior made it in time. Otherwise, I probably would have been in trouble." "It's good that you're fine. Jianchen, hurry up and heal." "Leave this to me," said Huang Tianba. He then turned his head to look at the battle between newbies and the old man in sackcloth in the distance. He was secretly shocked. Although he did not know who was on his side, their strength was unquestionable. Huang Tianba was very surprised that Jianchen could find such powerful helpers. In the distance, newbies and the old man in sackcloth were still fighting in the air. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. They fought farther and farther away until they were dozens of miles away from the crowd. Their fight was very intense. Every time they clashed, there would be a loud explosion, causing the mountain range below to become a mess. Several tall mountains had collapsed. The battle between Jianchen and the saint ruler of the Dragon-Tiger sect had also come to a temporary halt with Huang Tianba's arrival. Both sides faced each other in the air, not in a hurry to attack. Jetatai, who had been sent flying by the old man in blue, also flew up from below. He quietly floated behind Jianchen. At this moment, his face was pale and there were still traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. After taking a hit from the old man in blue, he was clearly injured. Huang Tianba, saint ruler of the Huang clan. I didn't think that even you would come. We haven't seen each other for 500 years. I didn't think that your strength would have reached the 5th heavenly layer. The saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect sneered at Huang Tianba. The two of them clearly knew each other. Huang Tianba stared coldly at the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect and said, "Situqing, I advise you to apologize to little brother Jianchen obediently and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will be finished sooner or later." A cold light flashed through Situqing's eyes when she heard that. She said, "Huang Tianba, it's still a little too early to say that. It's still unknown whether Jianchen can survive today. Do you think you can change the situation by yourself? And from what I know, your Huang clan situation isn't good either. Your feud won't be easy to deal with. I advise you to withdraw from the battle between me and Jianchen. Otherwise, your Huang clan will have another powerful enemy." Ha 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 ha! Huang Tianba threw his head back and laughed. He stared at the Saint Kings of the Dragon and Tiger sect mockingly and said, "Situqing, if you said that to me in the past, I might have feared you. But now, those people are no longer a threat to the Huang clan. If they dare come, I can guarantee that they'll suffer the consequences. Is that so? Huang Tianba, I haven't seen you in a few decades. I never thought that you would become more and more arrogant. How dare you look down on my Hongfu clan? I'd like to see what ability you have to make my Hongfu clan suffer the consequences." As soon as Huang Tianba finished speaking, an ancient voice boomed out from the surroundings. The voice was vast and filled with supreme might, echoing through the sky. 10 kilometers away, 2 black-robed old men appeared out of thin air and quickly flew over. The sudden voice startled Huang Tianba. His face immediately turned gloomy. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the 2 black-robed old men who were flying over. He asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" Chapter 652. Huang Tianba could not help but sneer when he saw the jade powder in the black-robed old man's hand. He said, "Jin Tian, Jin Feng, looks like it's not just the 2 of you who have come this time. You've probably brought helpers as well." Huang Tianba, you've guessed correctly. It really isn't just the 2 of us who have come this time. There's a piece of good news that we might have told you before. Our Hongfu clan has already become in-laws with the Yin family. From now on, our 2 families will advance and retreat together. We'll share fortune and misfortune together. The person who has come with us this time is the former patriarch of the Yin family, Yen Nan, sneered a black-robed old man. There were a total of 2 saint rulers in the Hongfu clan, and they were brothers. The old man who had spoken was one of the 2 saint rulers. His name was Jin Tian, and he was a 3rd heavenly layer saint ruler. He also possessed a ruler armament. If he used the ruler armament, he could fight 4th heavenly layer saint rulers. Even if he came across 5th heavenly layer saint rulers, he would still be able to hold his ground. Jin Tian's younger brother, Jin Feng, was a 2nd heavenly layer saint ruler. He also possessed a ruler armament. If he used the ruler armament, his battle prowess would be no weaker than a 3rd heavenly layer saint ruler, approaching 4th heavenly layer saint rulers. If the 2 of them worked together, they would be able to contend against 5th heavenly layer saint rulers. Jin Tian, Jin Feng, does your Hongfu clan plan on fighting for the tungsten alloy mine as well? Huang Tianba sneered. That's right, that's exactly what we plan on doing. The 2 experts from the Hongfu clan didn't deny it. Jin Tian opened his mouth and said, "How precious is a tungsten alloy mine? It's 10 times more precious than a purple gold mine. How can our Hongfu clan miss such a huge treasure mountain?" Huang Tianba snorted coldly. "Jin Tian, Jin Feng, you're dreaming if you want to fight for the tungsten alloy mine with just your Hongfu clan and Yin family. Don't you know that the captain of the Flame Mercenaries, Jianchen, is the imperial protector of the Qin Empire? Don't mention the Qin Empire to me. Although our Hongfu clan is a hermit, we don't lack information at all. one of the three great empires of the Tian-Yuan continent, the Holy Emperor Empire, is about to change. As a subordinate country, the Qin Empire will also be affected. Right now, they can't even protect themselves, so how could they have the extra strength to interfere with this matter? Jin Feng expressionlessly said. I didn't expect you to know so much, Huang Tianba said in a deep voice. As soon as Huang Tianba's voice fell, a long whistle came from the distance. A figure shot over from the distance at lightning speed, finally stopping beside Jin Tian and Jin Feng. The three of them stood side by side, emitting a shocking aura, causing the air in this space to freeze. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 40 years old. He had long hair that reached his waist, fluttering wildly in the violent wind. His figure was very tall and sturdy, with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. Coupled with his dark skin, he looked like a fierce black bear. Huang Tianba calmly looked at the middle-aged man and said, Patriarch of the Yan family, your Yan family can completely stay out of this matter. Do you really want to interfere? You need to understand that the tungsten alloy mine is a hot potato. It's not that easy to obtain. With your Yan family and the Hongfu clan's strength, you really don't have the ability to protect the tungsten alloy mine. If you add us in, I wonder if you have the ability to obtain the tungsten alloy mine? The Dragon Tiger Sex Saint King, Situ Qing, sneered. His gaze shifted to the three experts from the Hongfu family and Yan family. He cupped his hands and said, Three friends, I'm sure you all know that if we were to fight them alone, our strength would be on par with theirs. It wouldn't be easy to win. Why don't we join forces? Once we obtain the tungsten alloy load, we'll split it 50-50, 50-50. That's great. One of the saint rulers from the Hongfu clan agreed without hesitation. He understood the situation clearly. They were the weakest among the three forces. If they did not work together, they would not be able to defeat the other two forces. Then it's settled. Bai Hai will hold Huang Tianba back for now. The four of us will attack together and kill Jianshan first, said Situ Qing. Jianshan had already become a huge problem for him. Although he could suppress Jianshan with his current strength, he could not kill him. If he did not get rid of him soon, he would die at Jianshan's hands sooner or later. All right, then let's act as soon as possible and take over the tungsten alloy mine as soon as possible. Long delays may lead to trouble, said the patriarch of the Yan family calmly. He did not take Jianshan seriously at all. Everyone, please wait for a moment. Just as they were about to act, Jianshan suddenly spoke up. Jianshan, you're about to die. Do you have anything else to say? Situ Qing coldly asked. Jianshan stared at Situ Qing mockingly and said, Saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect, do you really think that you can take over the tungsten alloy mine just because you've joined forces with the Hongfu clan and the Yan family? Aren't you a little too naive? A cold light flashed through Situ Qing's eyes. He said, Jianshan, you don't need to worry about that. You should think about your own safety first. Think about how you can escape today's disaster. All right, then I'll let you see how I escape today's disaster. Jianshan sneered. He then looked into the distance and loudly said, Seniors who are hiding in the surroundings, since you've come, why hide? Show yourself. Jianshan's voice was extremely loud. His mighty voice reverberated in the surroundings, lingering for a long time and spreading to a radius of several dozen kilometers. Ha 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 ha, Jianshan, as expected of the king of mercenaries who took first place in the last mercenary tournament. You really do have some ability. Not only have you reached such a level at such a young age, but you've even discovered us. Not bad, not bad. You really have a future ahead of you. As soon as Jianshan finished speaking, an old voice followed closely behind. Although the voice was gentle, it resounded through the surroundings. Following the voice, two white-robed old men suddenly appeared in the empty space 10 kilometers away. At the same time, 3 more old men appeared several kilometers away from the 2 old men. With the appearance of these 5 people, Situ Qing, who was originally confident of victory, immediately paled. She knew that things were bad. The 3 experts from the Hongfu clan and the Yen clan also became very serious at this moment. The sudden appearance of these 5 experts could easily change the situation of the battle. Everyone, we've watched enough. There's no need to hide anymore. Everyone, come out. An old man with white hair and a youthful face said to the surrounding people with a smile. In the surrounding space, more and more people appeared out of thin air. In just a few breaths of time, there were more than a dozen unknown people in the surroundings. All of them had reached the supreme level of Saint King. These people had been here since the beginning of the battle. They only used special methods to conceal their bodies and watched from several dozen kilometers away. Situ Qing's expression had already become extremely ugly. This was because of the sudden appearance of the experts in the surroundings. Some of them were existences that she could not see through. And to be unable to see through their strength, it had to be a saint ruler of the 6th heavenly layer or above. The sudden appearance of these people caused newbies and the old man to stop fighting. When they sensed the strength of these people, their faces all became stern. Newbies returned to his human form and arrived before Jianchen as a golden streak of light. He stared at the experts in the surroundings and said with a deep voice, "This is troublesome. So many experts have actually come. There are 4 6th heavenly layer saint rulers and one of them has even reached the 7th heavenly layer. Jianchen, I can't help you now." Jianchen's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He said with a deep voice, "They must have come for the tungsten alloy mine. This tungsten alloy mine really is a hot potato. It's actually attracted so many experts. But don't worry, we're not easy to bully." "That's right. What's there to be afraid of?" Huang Tianba sneered with his arms crossed. A gleam of light flashed through Nubiz's eyes when he saw how confident the 2 of them were. He did not say anything else. On the other side, the ashen-faced old man also arrived beside the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect. He said with a deep voice, "Situ Qing, the situation is bad." The saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect nodded slightly. He looked at the ashen-faced old man and could not help but ask in concern, "Guqiu, you should hurry up and get rid of the poison in your body. The venom of this golden-striped silver snake really is powerful. Even a 3rd heavenly layer saint ruler can threaten you." Guqiu nodded slightly. He did not say anything else and immediately closed his eyes to get rid of the poison in his body. At this moment, the experts in the surroundings gathered together. One of them, a ruddy old man, clasped his hands at Jianchen and smiled. "Old man Jianchen, this is Jian Su beside me. He is also a great elder of the Divine Sword sect. Jianchen greets you." "Greetings to the 2 seniors." Jianchen smiled and clasped his hands at the old man. "The Divine Sword sect. I never thought that the Divine Sword sect would actually send people here. This is a powerful sect that is comparable to an ancient clan. It has already existed for several tens of thousands of years." Huang Tianba was slightly surprised and exclaimed in a low voice. Hearing this, Jianchen's expression changed slightly. His gaze towards the 2 old men also changed. "We are from Baihua City. Little brother Jianchen, I am Bai Yan." A middle-aged man with an elegant temperament clasped his hands at Jianchen and said politely. Afterwards, the experts in the surroundings all introduced themselves. All of them had deep backgrounds and were influential figures of powerful forces. Among them, there were even 2 forces that were comparable to an ancient clan. The 7th heavenly layer Saint King belonged to a force that was comparable to an ancient clan. Although they all had high statuses, they were still polite to Jianchen. This was because they had investigated Jianchen before and had some understanding of his identity. Adding on his current strength that was comparable to a Saint King, it was enough for them to treat him as an equal. Furthermore, he was a peerless genius with unprecedented talent. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to offend such a person for no reason. "Seniors, if my guess is correct, You should all be here for the tungsten alloy mine. Jianchen said calmly. Brother Jianchen is indeed straightforward. Our Baihua city will not beat around the bush and speak frankly. This time, our Baihua city has indeed come for the tungsten alloy mine. We hope that Brother Jianchen can bear to part with 20% of the mine to our Baihua city. Of course, our Baihua city will not treat Brother Jianchen unfairly and will definitely use other valuable items to exchange for it. The middle-aged man with an elegant temperament, Bai Yin, said. Our Divine Sword sect also wishes to use valuable items to exchange for some tungsten alloy mines. We hope that Brother Jianchen can part with 20% of the mines to our Divine Sword sect. The Divine Sword sect's Supreme Elder, Mo Ziming, said. Our Nine Sons sect. Afterwards, the various large organizations all raised their own requests. They all wanted to occupy some of the tungsten alloy mines. Originally, they wanted to occupy all of the tungsten alloy mines, but now that the situation was complicated and several large organizations had gathered, no one had the ability to take all of it. As a result, they had no choice but to change their plans. After hearing everyone's requests, Jianchen's face became extremely gloomy. Each of the organizations present wanted to occupy 10% to 20% of the mines. Although it was not much, if all of their requests were added together, it would be equivalent to occupying the entire tungsten alloy mine and not leaving anything for him. This was going too far. At this moment, a bell-like voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 653. She was a young woman who only seemed to be in her 20s. She wore a short red skirt with a red belt around her slender waist, perfectly outlining her devilish figure. Her jade-like arms that were exposed to the sunlight were white and tender, shining like precious gems. They were as dazzling as a piece of jade. Coupled with her slender, round legs, it was a beautiful sight that could attract the eyes of countless men. She was a woman who was in her 20s. She wore a red short skirt with a red belt around her slender waist, perfectly outlining her devilish figure. Her arms that were exposed to the sunlight were white and tender, shining like precious gems. They were as dazzling as a piece of jade. Coupled with her slender, round legs, it was a beautiful sight that could attract the eyes of countless men. Although the woman's appearance could not be described as devastatingly beautiful and could not be compared to Yu Yu and Huang Luan, she was still a natural beauty that was rare in the world. Especially her devilish figure and the natural charm that was emitted from her body, she was able to surpass Yu Yu and Huang Luan, who had an advantage in terms of appearance. An old woman and an old man stood to the two sides of the woman. The two of them wore simple clothes, and they had white hair and ruddy complexions. They seemed like an ordinary old couple. Tianmu Ling, it's actually you. Jianchen stared blankly at the woman in red. His face was filled with surprise because she was one of the young geniuses that had participated in the mercenary tournament. Little brother Jianchen, I never thought that you would recognize me. I'm really flattered. Tianmu Ling's phoenix eyes shone with a charming light as she stared at Jianchen. She touched her lips with her right hand and giggled. Little brother Jianchen, I never thought that your strength would reach such a level after not seeing you for a few years. I really find it hard to believe. You can actually fight saint rulers without being defeated. I really admire you. With that, Jianchen lowered his head and looked at his bloodied body. He bitterly smiled. Tianmu Ling, don't make fun of me. Although I can fight saint rulers right now, I can only be beaten up by them. Tianmu Ling giggled and said, Little brother Jianchen, why don't you just follow me? I'll protect you in the future. Although my strength is nowhere near as great as yours and I'm still an Earth Saint Master, I can guarantee you that those saint rulers won't dare to bully you. Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. From what Tianmu Ling had said, he had already guessed that the clan behind her was probably extremely powerful. At the very least, they did not treat the people present with any importance. Jianchen glanced past the two old men beside Tianmu Ling. He wondered just how terrifying the strength of the two old men was. God damn it, we're so unlucky. Why are all the people here stronger than the last? The old man beside the girl has already reached the peak of Saint Ruler, only a step away from the Holy Emperor. He's infinitely close to the level of the Holy Emperor, while the old woman has reached the 8th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. The two of them can stop over a dozen Saint Rulers, newbies grumbled beside Jianchen. Jianchen was surprised when he heard that. He stared at the two old men beside Tianmu Ling in shock as his heart churned. He could not remain calm at all. He had never thought that Tianmu Ling's organization would be so powerful. Just the two old men were at the 8th and 9th heavenly layer of Saint Rulers. Seeing how Jianchen remained silent, Tianmu Ling turned to the two old men beside her. She grabbed one of the old men's arms and said coquettishly, "Grandpa Jun, Granny Wang, you have to help little brother Jianchen, or I'll ignore you in the future." Alright. We'll definitely help. Great-granddaughter, as long as your little brother Jianchen is willing to cooperate with us, we'll definitely help him. The old man referred to as Grandpa Jun looked at Tianmu Ling lovingly. His eyes were filled with undisguised affection. Clearly, Tianmu Ling held a very important position in his heart. This young man really is not bad. He's neither arrogant nor rash. He's not as arrogant as the disciples of other clans, and his talent is very high as well. His potential is tremendous and most importantly, he's extremely handsome. He's a good match for our Linger. I like him. The old woman called Granny Wang nodded with a smile. Granny Wang, don't speak nonsense. There's nothing between your great-granddaughter and Jianchen. It's not like what you're imagining. Tianmu Ling pouted unhappily. The old woman smiled lovingly. Yes. I'm overthinking things. I won't speak nonsense anymore. Great-granddaughter, please don't be angry at me. Of course not. Tianmu Ling smiled proudly, then turned to Jianchen. She waved her hand and said, "Little brother Jianchen, come to us. Grandpa Jun and Granny Wang will protect you." Jianchen looked at Tianmu Ling and said, "Tianmu Ling, you must have come for the tungsten alloy mine, right? Young man, you're straightforward. I like it." "That's right, we've come all the way here for the tungsten alloy mine." "Young man, this tungsten alloy mine isn't something that you can monopolize, because you don't have the ability to do so. Why don't you give half of the tungsten alloy mine to our Tianmu clan? We'll naturally protect you, and take on some of the other troubles for you." "I wonder if you're willing," the old woman said. Upon hearing the Tianmu clan, everyone's expression changed. "You're actually from the Tianmu clan. I never thought that even people from the Tianmu clan would come," a great elder from the Divine Sword sect said with a solemn expression. Huang Tianba, who was standing beside Jianchen, also became serious when he heard the Tianmu clan. He said in a low voice, "The tungsten alloy mine is truly enticing. I never thought that even the Tianmu clan would come. The Tianmu clan is a true ancient clan. They're extremely powerful, and they even have the Holy Emperor." The Holy Emperor! Jianchen gasped when he heard the name Holy Emperor. An existence like that was akin to a god on the Tianyuan continent. I never thought that even an ancient clan would come. A clan like that can already challenge the Gilligan clan. Newbies also gasped and sighed. "Little brother Jianchen, the tungsten alloy mine is extremely precious. You can't give it to anyone, not even a little bit," Huang Tianba whispered to Jianchen. "Little brother Jianchen, you can't listen to that old man. The tungsten alloy mine is very precious, but you're occupying such a large mine all by yourself. This will make many people jealous. If you don't have the corresponding strength, you'll only attract trouble for yourself. Why don't you follow me and cooperate with our Tianmu clan?" Tianmu Ling said in a delicate voice. The people in the surroundings didn't make a sound. Although they also had quite a large force behind them, they could only be considered as hermit clans. Compared to the Tianmu clan, they weren't even worth mentioning. However, their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They really didn't want to see such a large treasure trove slip away from them. I never thought that people from your Tianmu clan would come as well. Jun Moheo, Wang Yinhong, I never thought that the two of you would be leading the group. At this moment, another old voice rang out. Two old men with white hair and ruddy complexions flew over from afar. In the end, they stopped 500 meters away from the group. Seeing the two old men that Tianmu Ling referred to as Grandpa Jun and Grandma Wang frowned at the same time. Grandma Wang said, Aoyun clan, you've actually come as well. You should also be here for the tungsten alloy mine. What? They're from the Aoyun clan? Huang Tianba was shocked. He stared at the two old men from the Aoyun clan and whispered, I've only heard of the Aoyun clan before. This is the first time I've seen them. The Aoyun clan is also an ancient clan. They're as famous as the Tianmu clan. I never thought that two ancient clans that are rarely seen in thousands of years would actually come today. Another powerful enemy. Those two old men are at the 9th or 7th heavenly layer of Saint Rulers, Newbies said with a bitter expression. The number of experts present was increasing, and the situation was becoming more and more complicated. It had already escalated from a battle between hermit clans to a battle between ancient clans. That's right. We've indeed come for the tungsten alloy mine this time. Our Aoyun clan must take a portion of the tungsten alloy mine, said one of the old men from the Aoyun clan. It's a pity that you've come too late. Our Tianmu clan has already taken half of the tungsten alloy mine. The remaining half belongs to Jianchen. There's no share for you, said the old woman beside Tianmu Ling. Hearing that, the two old men from the Aoyun clan's faces sank. They stared sharply at the blood-soaked Jianchen. One of the old men proudly said, You should be Jianchen, right? Since the Tianmu clan has already taken half of the mine, then give the other half to our Aoyun clan. Our Aoyun clan will definitely not treat you unfairly. What did the Tianmu clan give you? Our Aoyun clan can also afford it. Jianchen's complexion had already become extremely ugly. This Aoyun clan was really too much. They actually wanted to swallow all the mineral resources in his hands in one gulp. Your Aoyun clan is an ancient clan after all. You can't go too far. This mine belongs to little brother Jianchen, yet you're not leaving anything for him. That's going too far, Tianmu Ling frowned and said with dissatisfaction. The two old men from the Aoyun clan's faces changed at the same time. They both stared sharply at Tianmu Ling. Intense killing intent flickered in their eyes as they growled. A mere Earth Saint Master dares to criticize our Aoyun clan? Are you tired of living? If you dare touch a single hair on my great-granddaughter, the two of you can forget about leaving today. Jun Moheo took a step forward and stood in front of Tianmu Ling. An extremely vast presence radiated from his body, causing everyone below the 5th heavenly layer to find it difficult to breathe. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their chest. 9th heavenly layer Saint Rulers had already reached the peak of this realm. They were only a step away from the Holy Emperor. Just the presence of such a powerful existence was enough to cause great pressure to those below the 5th heavenly layer. Chapter 654. What? You want to fight against us with just the two of you? Jun Mohao sneered and continued, So what if you're an Earth Saint Master? I Jun Mohao will tell you this. If you dare to bully my good granddaughter, then don't even think of leaving today. Even if you call for reinforcements from the clan, you won't be able to change the outcome. The faces of the two experts from the Aoyun clan became ugly. They were peak 7th heavenly layer Saint Rulers being humiliated like this. It was indeed a loss of face for them, and they couldn't find a way out. However, the other party was stronger than them, so they could only helplessly endure it. They didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise, if they were to vent their anger on Jun Mohao, then the two of them would be doomed. After all, the other party wasn't just one person. There was also Wang Yinhong who was stronger than them. The two Saint Rulers from the Aoyun clan deeply stared at Tianmu Ling, who stood between the two old men. They felt a little surprised inside. They never thought that a mere Earth Saint Master would actually make two experts love her so much. For her, they didn't even hesitate to start a war with the two of them. It had to be known that this was a huge matter that could cause conflict between the two clans. The two old men from the Aoyun clan took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. They then turned to Jianchen and said in a deep voice, "Jianchen, are you willing to give the remaining half of the tungsten alloy vein to our Aoyun clan? Don't worry, our Aoyun clan is an ancient clan. We won't treat you unfairly." Perhaps it was because he had just been angered by Jianchen, but his face was a little gloomy. A dangerous light flickered in his sharp eyes as he looked at Jianchen. He tried to use his eyes to threaten Jianchen and make him retreat. Jianchen was very dissatisfied with the Aoyun clan's attitude. Jianchen expressionlessly stared at him and said, "Sorry, I can't give half of the tungsten alloy vein to your Aoyun clan. Jianchen, you have to carefully think about the consequences of doing this. You should carefully consider it. We'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." Another old man from the Aoyun clan said with an ugly expression on his face. Jianchen decisively shook his head and said, "There is no need to think about it. I have already made up my mind. I will not give the tungsten alloy mine to your Aoyun family. Little brother Jianchen, you don't have to be afraid of the Aoyun clan. If they dare to bully you, our Tianmu clan won't sit idly by." Tianmu Ling lightly smiled. Hearing this, Jianchen bitterly smiled and turned to look at Tianmu Ling. "Jianchen is very grateful for Miss Tianmu Ling's help, but I have the ability to protect the tungsten alloy mine, so I won't trouble you." At this point, Jianchen paused and hesitated for a moment before continuing. "However, this one does not intend to share the tungsten alloy mine. If the Tianmu clan needs it, we will definitely offer some to you after we mine the tungsten alloy ores." Jianchen's last sentence made Jun Mo Hao and Wang Yanhong's expressions change at the same time. "Ha ha ha ha, I thought that your Tianmu clan had really occupied half of the tungsten alloy load. Who would have thought that the result would be like this?" An elder from the Aoyun clan laughed involuntarily. "Jianchen, well, there's something wrong with your head, right? I've spent so much effort to allow you to keep half of the ore vein. I never expected you to not appreciate it. Do you know that, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even be able to get a single ore vein?" Tianmu Ling shouted in exasperation. She had already lost her usual composure. She knew that if Jianchen made the two elders beside her unhappy, it would be very troublesome. "Ha ha ha, since Jianchen wants to monopolize the tungsten alloy load, why don't we kill him first? Once he dies, the tungsten alloy load will become ownerless. At that time, your Aoyun clan and the Tianmu clan can each take half of it. Moreover, there won't be any unpleasant conflict." The Dragon Tiger Sex Saint King, Situ Qing, suddenly spoke. Now that the ancient families had interfered, they had no way of contending with them. Thus, he had already given up on the tungsten alloy load. He only wanted to kill Jianchen. That was the most important thing. "That's a good suggestion." The two elders from the Aoyun clan nodded at the same time and agreed with Situ Qing. Situ Qing revealed a cold smile and said, "There is no need for the respected ancient families to take action to kill Jianchen. In that case, let me do it for you. Guqiu, you stall that demonic beast. Jin Tian and Jin Feng, the two of you deal with Huang Tianba. Bai Hai, you and I will work together to kill Jianchen." "That's good. Huang Tianba, the grudges between our clans have been accumulating for thousands of years. Now, it's time to put an end to it. As long as you die, your Huang clan will also be destroyed." Jin Tian laughed. Soon after, a 2-finger-wide sword appeared in his hand. The blade of the sword was bright and radiant, emitting a layer of hazy white light. With the appearance of the sword, the light in the world seemed to become brighter. Following that, an incomparably large wave of energy suddenly burst out from the sword. It was as if an ancient beast that had fallen into a deep slumber was about to awaken. The energy in the world suddenly became docile, as if it was afraid. "That's a king weapon," Jetta Tai said in a deep voice. "A king weapon." Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the long sword in Jin Tian's hand. Compared to his light wind sword, the sword's shape and size were quite different. However, it was infinitely close to the light wind sword. Most importantly, it was a king weapon that could withstand the power of primal chaos. Jianshan's heart began to beat uncontrollably as he looked at the sword with an undisguised desire. This king weapon, I must obtain it no matter what. Jianshan shouted in his heart. He was so excited that his fists were tightly clenched. Wanting to find a king weapon that suited him was not an easy task. A 5-meter-long spear appeared in Jin Feng's hand. It emitted a powerful energy. This was also a king weapon. Not only did the Hongfu clan have 2 Saint Kings, they also had 2 king weapons. The old man in linen clothes had already taken the initiative to look for newbies and delay him, while Situ Qing and Bai Hai rushed towards Jianshan. They planned to join hands and kill Jianshan in the shortest amount of time possible. The experts from the Aoyan clan and the Tianmu clan chose to stand aside and not interfere. They planned to let Situ Qing and the others kill Jianshan. That way, the tungsten alloy mine would become ownerless. Then, the 2 clans would be able to properly divide it between themselves. Moreover, it wouldn't cause any conflict between the 2 clans, so why not? Grandpa Jun, Grandma Wang, you must help Jianshan. He is definitely not a match for those people. Tianmu Ling hugged the 2 elders' arms and begged. Good granddaughter, you can't blame your great-grandfather and great-grandmother for this. Originally, we were willing to help him, but he doesn't know what's good for him and wants to monopolize the tungsten alloy mine. Since that's the case, then let him taste the consequences of monopolizing it. Jun Mo said. Hearing this, Tianmu Ling could only sigh in disappointment. She knew that it was already impossible for her to convince Jun Mo how to help Jianshan. Jianshan, prepare to die. On the other side, Situ Qing rushed towards Jianshan with killing intent. This time, with Bai Hai's help, he was confident that he could kill Jianshan. However, at this moment, the space around Jianshan suddenly froze, trapping Situ Qing and the blue-robed old man who were rushing towards Jianshan. In the next moment, the space around Jianshan began to violently fluctuate. In the blink of an eye, it formed a space gate. A middle-aged man in white robes stepped out of the space gate and stood beside Jianshan in an ordinary manner. He did not give off a shocking aura. He seemed as ordinary as an ordinary person. Even so, he gave off a feeling of being one with the world, as if he was the entire world. This person was Ming Dong's uncle Tian, as well as the great elder of Mercenary City, Tian Jian. Jianshan greets Senior. Seeing the middle-aged man, Jianshan immediately bowed respectfully. He was not surprised by Tian Jian's appearance at all. Faced with the current situation, he knew that the Huang family's patriarch would definitely use the piece of jade that Tian Jian had left for him. Chapter 655. Tian Jian's sudden appearance shocked all the saint rulers present. At that moment, the 2 sides who were about to engage in battle could not help but control themselves. They hovered in the air as they stared at Tian Jian in shock and disbelief. Tearing open space to form a spatial door, this was a divine ability that only saint emperors possessed. This middle-aged man in white robes was actually a supreme existence that surpassed the saint ruler realm. Jin Tian and Jin Feng from the Hongfu clan also stared at Tian Jian in shock. Their gazes then landed on Huang Tianba, who was bowing. Their faces became unsettled, and they became extremely stern at that moment. Their sworn enemy, Huang Tianba, was actually acquainted with such an expert. This was extremely bad news for the Hongfu clan. I never thought that Jianshan would actually have the support of the Holy Emperor. The pale-faced Jetta Tai stared at Tian Jian in fear. His heart was in turmoil. The Holy Emperor was a supreme existence that could look down on ancient clans. Once he had the support of the Holy Emperor, the ancient clans would have nothing to fear. Situ Qing and Bai Hai, who had been trapped in the frozen space, regained their ability to move. The 2 of them stared at Tian Jian in fear, no longer daring to attack Jianchen. Situ Qing, in particular, had already been scared out of her wits. Tianjian hovered in the air like an ordinary middle-aged man, as if he had become one with the world. If one did not pay attention, it would be very easy to overlook his existence. He glanced around with an emotionless gaze, and his gaze lingered on Jianchen for a while longer. In the end, he fixed his gaze on the mountain range below. A strange light finally appeared in his ordinary eyes. He said, "I never thought that there would be such a large tungsten alloy mine here." Jianchen's group had originally been fighting in the air above the city, but as the battle progressed, they had already left the city and appeared in the sparsely populated mountains. They just happened to be above the tungsten alloy mine. "Senior, this tungsten alloy mine originally belonged to me, but now, there are suddenly so many people who want to snatch it away. They want to take the tungsten alloy mine that belongs to me as their own. I am alone and am powerless to deal with them. Senior, please uphold justice for me." Jianchen clasped his hands at Tianjian. He was begging because he knew that if he wanted to keep the tungsten alloy mine intact, he could only ask Tianjian for help. There was no other way. Tianjian calmly glanced at the saint rulers in the surroundings. He gently waved his hand and said, "You can all disperse. Return to where you came from." Although Tianjian didn't say it clearly, everyone understood that he wanted to help Jianchen keep the tungsten alloy mine. The saint rulers of the hermit clans naturally didn't dare to say anything. With their strength, they didn't dare to offend a holy emperor. However, the two ancient clans wouldn't obey so easily. "Senior, we're from the Tianmu clan. We've come all the way here to obtain a portion of the tungsten alloy mine. How can we leave so easily just because of Senior's words?" Jun Moheo clasped his hands. Although he was facing a holy emperor, he wasn't afraid at all. It wasn't like the Tianmu clan didn't have any holy emperor experts, so they were confident. "Sir, our Aoyuan clan won't be scared by your words. Our Aoyuan clan must occupy a portion of this tungsten alloy mine no matter what." An expert from the Aoyuan clan clasped his hands and said, "Senior, since you're standing by Jianchen's side, our strength can be considered equal. Since that's the case, let's each take a step back. We'll split the tungsten alloy mine into 3. Our Aoyuan clan, the Tianmu clan, and you will each take a portion. How about this?" Another elder from the Aoyuan clan said. Tianjian frowned slightly and said, "I don't want to repeat myself." This time, Tianjian's voice had become cold. Seeing that Tianjian was willing to help him, Jianchen's heart finally relaxed. With Tianjian supporting him, the pressure from the two ancient clans had disappeared without a trace. "Senior, you're going too far," an expert of the Ao Yun clan said. A jade stone quietly appeared in his right hand, and he crushed it without any hesitation. "I never thought that Jianchen would have such a powerful figure supporting him. With just the two of us, we won't be able to fight for anything. It seems like we'll have to inform the old patriarch." Wang Yinhong from the Tianmu clan said in a low voice. "That's the only way." Jun Moheo nodded in agreement. A jade stone appeared in his hand, and he crushed it as well to inform the experts of his clan. Holy Emperor experts could directly tear through space to travel. In front of Holy Emperor experts, there was no distance to speak of. After the jade stones were crushed, 2 breaths of time passed before the space around them began to fluctuate violently. In an instant, a spatial gate was formed. Chapter 656. The Holy Emperor experts of the Aoyuan clan and Tianmu clan arrived at the same time. They tore open a space gate and hurried over from afar. Although both Tianmu and Tianjian were holy emperors, the appearance of the holy emperor of the two ancient clans was clearly much more grandiose than Tianjian's. The pressure of a saint ruler completely radiated from him, making all the saint rulers present feel extremely pressured. It was completely different from Tianjian's plain appearance. A white-robed old man and a gray-robed old man stepped out of the space gate at the same time. The two old men were over 70 years old. They had white hair and ruddy complexions. Their gazes were as deep as the starry sky, as if they could make people lose their souls in their gazes. The two of them stood at the very front of their clans. Their old bodies seemed like eternal monuments, giving everyone a strange feeling that they were unbreakable. It was as if they were the most powerful in the world. We greet the previous patriarch. We greet the great elder. The two saint rulers from the Aoyun clan and Tianmu clan bowed to their respective saint kings. They were extremely respectful and immediately recounted everything that had happened in detail. At this moment, the saint rulers of the hermit clans had all retreated far away without needing any orders. All of them had completely given up on the idea of getting a share of the tungsten alloy mine. They had no interest in the enormous tungsten alloy mine. Due to the interference of the ancient clans and the arrival of the two holy emperor experts, they had long been stripped of their right to compete. The experts of the two ancient clans understood the situation very quickly. They immediately gathered their gazes on the white-robed Tianjian, who did not give off any aura at all. "Sir, may I ask who you are?" He spoke indifferently. Even though he could not tell Tianjian's exact strength, he did not take it to heart. If a saint king purposefully hid his presence, even people more powerful than him would struggle to see through him. Tianjian's expression was extremely calm. Even though he could not tell Tianjian's exact strength, he did not take it to heart because if a saint king purposefully hid his presence, even people more powerful than him would struggle to tell. "Who I am is not important. This tungsten alloy mine does not belong to you. You can all leave," Tianjian said calmly. From the looks of it, he did not care about the utmost experts from the two ancient aristocratic families at all. Tianjian's words caused the face of the Tianmu clan's expert to darken slightly. Tianjian's casual tone made it seem as if he didn't put him, a saint emperor, in his eyes at all. This made him a little angry. Although Tianjian's tone was calm, his words were overbearing. He actually wanted the Tianmu clan and the Aoyun clan to retreat with a single sentence. He didn't give the two ancient clans any face at all. In the distance, the saint rulers of the hermit clans looked at each other. All of them were trying to guess Tianjian's identity and strength. In the entire Tianyuan continent, there were not many people who dared to speak to the two ancient clans in such a manner. Moreover, he did so in front of the experts of the two ancient clans. The expression of the Aoyun clan's expert changed as well. He glared at Tianjian and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you being too arrogant? You actually want our two clans to withdraw with just a few words? Don't tell me that you think you can stop our Aoyun clan and the Tianmu clan by yourself?" Tianjian placed his hands behind his back and said, "I originally did not want to attack you, but it seems that if I don't do this, you won't leave on your own accord." "How arrogant! Since you are so confident in your strength, then let this old man experience it." The expert of the Aoyun clan sneered. Shortly after, he clenched his fist and the energy of the world gathered toward him at an unbelievable speed. He then threw a punch at Tianjian. The energy of the world was the most powerful energy that saint-level experts could control. It was even more powerful than saint force. Although the energy of the world was formless and intangible, its strength was unquestionable. Tianjian still stood there with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of attacking. Suddenly, a golden beam of light shot out from his eyes. It shot toward the holy emperor of the Aoyun clan as fast as lightning. The golden beam of light that shot out from Tianjian's eyes contained an unbelievable amount of energy. It easily pierced through the energy of the world that was surging toward him, scattering it. After that, the beam of light continued to shoot toward the holy emperor of the Aoyun clan without slowing down at all. Pooh! The golden beam of light struck the chest of the holy emperor of the Aoyun clan. The body of the holy emperor was as weak as a piece of tofu in front of the golden beam of light. 2 finger-sized holes appeared on his chest. 2 streams of blood spurted out from the body of the holy emperor of the Aoyun clan. Looking at the 2 holes in his chest, the holy emperor of the Aoyun clan was completely stunned. His face was filled with disbelief and shock. The eyes of the expert of the Tianmu clan were as big as copper bells. He stared at the holes in the chest of the holy emperor of the Aoyun clan. His face was filled with disbelief, and his heart was in turmoil. The surrounding saint ruler experts were all dumbfounded as they stared at the wounds on the holy emperor's body. Their faces were filled with shock. This scene was too unbelievable. Even though it happened right in front of their eyes, they still couldn't believe that it was real. A supreme expert who had reached the level of the holy emperor was injured so easily. The 2 saint kings of the Aoyun clan quickly reacted. Their faces were pale as they stared at the injured great elder. They even stuttered as they spoke. Their great elder was a holy emperor. Even with the entire continent in perspective, he was an existence that stood at the very apex, yet he had been injured by an unknown person so effortlessly. This was just too unbelievable. The holy emperor of the Aoyun clan acted as if he didn't hear the words of the 2 behind him. He stared at the ordinary-looking Tianjian in shock and asked with a trembling voice, You? Who are you?" The holy emperor of the Aoyun clan stared at Tianjian with eyes filled with fear. At this moment, he no longer dared to look at Tianjian the same way he did before. The holy emperor of the Tianmu clan had also completely retracted his aura. He stared at Tianjian in shock and fear, his heart extremely unsettled. A supreme expert of the level of the holy emperor had actually been injured so easily. He found it hard to believe. Newbies and Jetta Tai also stared at Tianjian in shock. Their faces were filled with fear. The strength that Tianjian had displayed had shocked them, especially newbies. At this moment, not a single trace of arrogance could be seen on his face. The ancestor of the Huang family, Huang Tianba, looked around in high spirit. He then said to Jetta Tai and newbies, "This senior is the great elder of Mercenary City. Why aren't the 2 of you bowing?" Although he was talking to Jetta Tai and newbies, he did not bother hiding his voice at all. He was clearly announcing Tianjian's identity to everyone present. What? He's the great elder of Mercenary City? The words Great Elder of Mercenary City shocked everyone present. Even the holy emperor of the 2 ancient clans were no exception. The saint rulers of the hermit clans were stunned for a moment before they all bowed respectfully to Tianjian and said in unison, "Juniors greet the great elder. Juniors greet senior." Jetta Tai and newbies also bowed respectfully to Tianjian. At this moment their hearts were beating uncontrollably. They were extremely excited. They never thought that Jianchen would actually have the support of the great elder of Mercenary City.